Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session on empowering your organization to build more automation with RPA. Before we get started with the session, I would like to thank our event sponsors, Microsoft, Platinum sponsors, HSO, Proximo 3, Docs 42, PwC, Applied Information Sciences, Companion, CloudThing, Experian, Incremental, DQ Global, ATEC, Diski, and Squared. Thank you. I'm Anita Natarajan, and I'm a solutions architect at Applied Information Sciences. I also co-authored a white paper in collaboration with Microsoft PowerCat team on enterprise deployment for RPA and more in Power Automate. Been passionate about Power Platform, Power Automate, RPA, and Power Apps for the last 8+ years and continue to learn every day. This session is about sharing my knowledge while working through this white paper and helping you understand what an RPA solution looks like and how the deployment works and so forth. If you'd like to get connected with me, please do follow the LinkedIn link provided here. I'd be happy to connect and discuss with you on RPA or any other questions that you might have. Let's get started. Here's the agenda for today's session. We'll start by looking at some of the common challenges an organization faces as they are stepping into digital transformation journey. Then we will look at what comprises an RPA solution in Microsoft Cloud. We'll look at all the apps, components, services that comprises makes an RPA solution. We'll continue to look at Automation Center of Excellence and how a Center of Excellence can help alleviate the common challenges that an organization faces. Next, what we see here is holistic enterprise automation technique, which is a set of guidelines, best practices um, identified based on industry-wide experience that best worked in the past, put together to help an organization build a much more scalable and reliable solution for RPA in Microsoft Cloud. We will end the session by looking at a couple of COE models to help give an idea on how a tailor-made and COE can be for your organization needs. Let's first start by looking at the digitization challenges. Here is how I categorize some of the common challenges we face during the digital transformation journey. People, process, and tools. People is one of the key challenges because sometimes we miss having the right set of team members come together when we work on an automation project. Some organizations go heavy on the IT team where many times we hear this lack of documentation and so forth. So IT team ends up doing reverse engineering on an existing process and start building automation based on their understanding. And only to know at a much later time that there has been some gaps in the business process, which was not captured in the existing one, and over a period of time, the business process changed. So although we have an automation built, it didn't meet the business requirements. So it is best to have the right set of team members come together. Also, on the other end, with the low code, no code technology available for us, some organizations open up the platform for citizen developers to build automation. During this process, the citizen developers may be successful in building the automation for their business process, but have they been using the best practices? Are they familiar about the reusable components that they can use and build? So although a successful automation project, it may not be the most efficient way of building an automation. And this eventually will fail as the automation journey scales up. And next, let's look at the process. When we talk about process, what kind of discovery process that one goes through as they are identifying automation opportunities? Many a times an organization just jumps onto the core business and focuses on the core business and automating just that. During this journey, we miss on a lot more areas within the organization that can also benefit from automation. Hence, it's important for us to have the process defined on how we identify automation opportunities. Also, how are we going to measure success of this automation journey? Next, on to tools. Some organizations with a good intention invest in a lot of different tools to be more successful in this automation journey. But is it needed? Have we maximized our investment in one tool before we start looking at a second one and so forth? This is some of the key things some organizations miss to realize before making more and more investments on tools. We'll begin by looking at one of the most common use cases that involves a lot of manual processing and how an RPA transforms this into a much more efficient and productive automation process. One of the common use cases that we hear is processing invoices information manually. So some organizations do have an application that automatically processes the invoice, but data needs to be entered into the system. And most of the times, the information comes to the team as an email with a PDF attachment that contains all the invoice information and needs to be entered into this invoice processing application. And how do we do that? The user receives an email, manually download the invoice, and reads upon the data and inputs that information into an invoice processing system. For some organization, the system is an Excel, but for our demo purposes, we've set up a quick web form where they can enter this information. And let's see how we can automate this process. We can use the Cloudflow with the help of Cloudflow and Desktop Flow. We can automate this process anytime a user receives an email with an invoice attached. Cloudflow will get triggered and it automatically calls a desktop flow. Desktop flow with a few steps extracts information out of this PDF and enters the information into this web processing application, which is a web form that's been built. There are many other ways to extend this process by automating the invoice processing after entering into the system, but we will leave that for this demo. Let's take a look at this flow, cloud flow, where the trigger is an email being received with an invoice attached. Once an email is received, the next set of steps, what it does is to create this file in a OneDrive location and call desktop flow and pass on this file path. So the desktop flow can take this process forward. Let's take a look at the desktop flow on the steps it does. So as we look at the desktop flow, there is a main flow and a subflow. The main flow is set to extract information out of the PDF, and then it calls the subflow where it is launching this invoice processing application in a browser and enters this information to save it. Let's take a look at this current instance which was triggered when an email is received with an invoice attached. The next set of action it does is creating a file in OneDrive and passing that file path while calling a desktop flow. In just a little bit, you will see a desktop flow triggers a web form that enters in the invoice information like the vendor name, total due, invoice number, and so forth into the system and submits that invoice for further processing. While we know a Cloudflow instance can be expanded to look at every individual step, let's look at the monitor section within Power Automate. Here we can see that it's capturing the Cloudflow activity and as well as the desktop flow runs. Looking at the Cloudflow activity, we do see a high-level history on how many successful runs we have had and failures. All this information is being captured without taking any additional measures. But how we use this information for better proactively reacting when there is a failure encountered and so forth is a strategy that we have to establish while we are planning for an RPA solution. Let's take a look at the desktop flow runs. Just like how we have detailed information for every instance of Cloudflow run, there is also similar experience you will get for each desktop flow run. Let me open up an instance. For each instance, every step is detailed out, and for each step you can see the input and the output details that comes along with it. This is a helpful metrics that's available for us, and it would feed into how we plan on monitoring strategy for this RPA solution. Having looked at the demo, you now have a good idea on how RPA can be a big part in your organization and in your automation journey. Now let's take a look at all the underlying components and services that made it possible for us to build that automation process. Here's a look at the bird's view of what an RPA solution looks like. There's so many different apps, components, and services that makes an RPA solution. In most likely, when we talk about RPA, we think about a cloud flow, a desktop flow, and a virtual machine. At the most, and a machine connectivity or an on-premises gateway. This is what we think of when we talk about RPA often. Um, so let's start looking at the top layer. That's being exactly what's represented within the Power Platform environment. And we also have Dataverse, right, where all the flow session information is being logged. And then we have this Power Automate desktop environment. It could be either in the Azure infrastructure or in your on-premises infrastructure, depending on where you have these virtual machines set up. If it is in the Azure infrastructure, then you have an Azure resource group, like an Azure subscription defined, and that hosts the virtual machines. And you also can utilize the Azure Key Vault service for encrypting any of the connection details, username, password, application passwords, and so forth. And if you have a Power Automate desktop in an on-premises environment, you connect to the on-premises environment using the machine gateway or an on-premises gateway and connect to the desktop flow installed within the VM, on-premises VM. This is not just what an RPA solution is about. There is a lot more about it, right? Remember, we talked about measuring your success by logging the right set of data and also monitoring the flow, be it a desktop flow or a cloud flow, but the flow sessions. And you do that by enabling auditing. And that's where comes the M365 Compliance and Security Center, where you can enable auditing to proactively monitor the flow sessions, not just that, but also the resource management in terms of virtual machines and so on. We can also establish a data loss prevention policy to ensure um, any connection to restricted information is limited to certain environments or certain resources. Endpoint protection talks about device management, managing the resources at the virtual machine being an endpoint. What kind of devices are we allowing to be able to access these cloud flow and desktop flow resources? Are we handling the sensitive information within these flows, from masking that information being shown to any users that are being part of the business process? And underlying all this, we have this identity and access management, which is the core of the cloud services, right? We have this Azure Active Directory as the identity service provider. And you can establish on top of this a set of role-based control, which limits or governs access to be it a Power Platform environment or be it an Azure resource or audit logs or anything like that. So identity and access management becomes the core of the whole RPA solution. And license management is also another key part. Many a times we do not think about licensing until we reach the maximum capacity. Hence, it is important to understand the licensing needs for running an RPA solution and make the right choices during the initial stages. On the right side, you see the life cycle management. Um, we are quite familiar, I mean, assuming we are quite familiar with the Power Platform environments, Azure environments, and so forth. So we are building a lot more components, apps as part of this automation solution. And how are we going to deploy this solution from one environment to another environment, be it a test, a dev, and prod environment? How are we going to move this solution across all these different environments? Listed under lifecycle management are a few tools that will help automate the solution deployment process across environments. And the last thing we see here is the logging and monitoring. As I keep repeating how important it is for you to be able to measure the success of an RPA solution, it is key to be able to log the data and also build some kind of analytics out of that data that is being logged. There are so many tools and services available within the Microsoft Cloud. A few are being listed out here, but based on your organization needs, based on your current investment, you'll be the right one to choose the right tool. This is what we see as different apps and components that can make up an RPA solution. And this is to remember, this is a three cloud solution, right? It involves M365, it involves Azure services and apps and functions. And we have this Power Platform as well, where we are building this automation using the desktop flow. All these different aspects of RPA needs to be looked at. And there are many more services that are not captured in this diagram. Please remember that this is just to give you an idea on how you can set up an RPA framework. Based on your organization needs, there may be components that you may not be using. There may be services, some other services that you may be pulling in and so forth. And it can still be a successful RPA solution. We started this session by discussing some of the common challenges in digital transformation. Now we have a good understanding of RPA is and how it can be a big part of your automation journey. Now let's take a look at how can we mitigate those challenges using the Center of Excellence. Center of Excellence in general allows an organization to improve the reach of critical expertise throughout the organization, not just focusing on one core business. The three aspects that we saw: people, process, and tools. When we talk about people, Fusion Team is a concept that is starting to grow within the industry. Fusion Team, as it states, brings in a core group of people that comes with a varied set of skill sets. We'll have business members also joining this team who have extremely good knowledge on the business process. We also have IT team members representing the technical aspect of it. Having the business experts join this automation journey also increases the adoption. Many a times, adoption becomes a challenge as we go through a transformation. Since we have the business team involved, we can eliminate any gaps in the requirements. Also gets them excited about this new journey that they are being part of. Hence, they start advocating about this new automation process and increases the adoption. Encourage a nurturing environment within the organization wherein we constantly share the success stories with other business units and encourage them to join this automation journey. Let's take a look at the process. When we start an automation journey, a discovery process is a key, followed by a strong application backlog process. Once we have identified the process that needs to be automated and have a strong backlog, it provides us a good estimate on the workloads ahead of us and helps us do better planning in terms of repeatable process, a scalable framework to be laid out based on the workloads and so forth. Also, it is important to be able to measure the success. Hence, during this process discovery, Also ensure that the right set of data is being collected out of this automation process for us to be able to measure the success and realize the benefits out of this journey. Next, let's look at the tools. We do have the opportunity to use the low code, no code platform, and Microsoft is the big advocate of that. And Power Platform is being successful mainly because it allows the low code, no code development in high scale. And the other aspect to think about it is before investing in multiple tools, make sure that you have realized the maximum out of your current investment. For example, if you already have a Microsoft 365 licensing, then you can utilize the Azure cloud as well as the Power Platform to build an RPA process rather than investing in another tool that comes with its own infrastructure. The infrastructure is already laid within the Microsoft cloud, hence we make the maximum benefit out of it. Now let's look at get a high level overview on what an RPA solution looks like in Microsoft Cloud. This is in no way a tutorial on how to build an RPA project using a cloud flow or a desktop flow. Rather, we are going to look at different aspects of building an RPA solution and the best guidelines and best practices. We will be talking through all those to be successful in this journey. Now let's walk through on an approach that we can take in building a center of excellence for your organization. Holistic enterprise automation technique is a set of guidance, best practices, tools, and documentations put together to help an organization deploy the automation platform and manage the entire life cycle of an automation project. Any members of the COE, Automation Center of Excellence, can utilize these best practices, guidelines, and documentations to achieve their cloud adoption goals. This approach is divided into 6 different phases: empower, discover and plan, design, build and test, deploy and manage, secure and govern, and nurture. The phases are named pretty intuitively, but let's take a deep dive on each of these phases to understand key strategies and concepts that we have to understand before we move on to the next phase. One of the challenges that we talked about during a digital transformation is people related. And empower is a phase where you can immensely take actions to mitigate that challenge. By empowering the key business stakeholders on the RPA capabilities, and allowing them to make learned decisions on be it on identifying a use case or a business process for automation or for identifying the right time to run an automation project. Also, having a fusion team is a key concept during this phase of RPA project. General perception of shadow IT is, and a project is being run on a much more inconsistent or a non-compliant platform since the IT involvement is lean. And Fusion team addresses that concern. When we talk about Fusion team, we have experts coming from all different aspects of an automation project, be it from the business process side or from the RPA technology side or from the infrastructure or from the network, the compliance, the security. We have all the experts working together as a Fusion team and limit the gap of having any unclear requirements on the business process. Also helps them develop faster than ever before because we have the experts working together. In this phase of discover and plan, here are a few key actions that we'll have to take. And the first being where the COE members and the business come together and run a discovery process. There are tools available to run a discovery process, process mining, process advisor, to do an analysis of an existing processes and recommend automation on those processes. Oftentimes, a key challenge is identifying the right process to automate. We may end up discovering a lot more process that needs automation, but not all of those can be automated at the same time. Hence, having a strong application backlog and a prioritization pattern will help identify the key automation process, key business process to be automated. Also, having an application backlog provides an estimate on the future workloads and allows the team to do better planning in terms of infrastructure, platforms, environments, security, compliance, and many aspects of an RPA project. So the next key step is to do infrastructure planning. Desktop flow needs to be run on a virtual machine. So the key question here is how is this virtual machine hosted? If it is going to be in Azure, then plan for Azure subscription and resources. Or if it is going to be an on-premises, establish connection between the cloud services and the on-premises. And if it is, um, should this virtual machine be running at all times or only on key business hours? So these are few key decisions that you will have to be thinking about during this infrastructure planning. Let's look at the account provisioning. Once we have the infrastructure set up, Azure Active Directory being the key identity service provider for Microsoft Cloud, we will have to make the best investment on this identity service provider and build role-based access controls that provides limits access to the resources to key members of the COE. For Azure subscription, be it all the Azure resources and services, planning the access control for Power Platform environment, on the compliance platform as well, enabling auditing, who has access to the audit logs, and building the dashboards. So planning all these access controls becomes key. And the final step within this phase is security and governance. We'll have to plan for endpoint protection if there is any network access controls need be established for the tenant. How is sensitive information being processed or handled within the flow, cloud, be it a cloud flow or a desktop flow? Have we taken enough measures to mask this information from being exposed? These are questions that we'll have to ask ourselves to have a better planning. Please refer to the white paper. It has an extensive checklist pattern, helps you govern all aspects while you're planning, while you're in the discover and plan phase in building your automation platform. Building a robust automation solution requires well-defined design principles that will build the foundation for scale, security, and compliance. At this time, I would like to refresh your memory on what comprises of an RPA solution. It has a Power Platform environment aspect to it. There's an Azure resources and subscriptions part of it. We also have a Power Automate desktop environment hosted either in an Azure virtual machine or on an on-premises environment. There will be possible interaction with the third-party applications. In our demo, we used an invoice processing application for capturing invoice data. Likewise, there are scenarios where we will be using third-party application services, also possibly tapping into third-party data sources as well. So all these comprises of an RPA solution. And when you look at the tenant, we may have more than one environment. We most likely will have more than one environment, a dev, test, and a prod environment at the minimum. So we have to think about application lifecycle management and how we can safely and securely deploy this RPA solution from one environment to another environment, making sure all the security aspects are intact and all the platform requirements are met, irrespective of what environment we are in. Here's a few key aspects within the design phase as we discussed. Establishing a good environment strategy, enabling credential management process, be it a flow service account. There will be many accounts that you will one needs to set up for a successful RPA solution to be built. A flow service account, possibly an unattended VM account to access the VM, application account for accessing any third-party applications or data sources and so forth. Making the best investment of on Azure services, Azure Key Vault to encrypt the credentials as well. We talked about lifecycle management, deployment of an RPA solution across different environments, identify the right tools for you to enable the deployment process. And a key aspect of this is monitoring and an alert system. During the demo, we took a look at the out-of-the-box analytics that comes based on the flow sessions. It does provide pretty detailed information, but is that enough for your business? You may want to add additional error handling process and alert the right business team so they can intervene when a process fails, so they can fix the issue and run the process. And to reduce the time it takes once a process fails to be informed and rerun the process. Hence, it is key to have a good strategy on how to do the error handling and what are the necessary logs to be captured and how can we push this information into the auditing process and set up a proactive alert system. Now let's take a look at the next phase, build and test. This is the heart of the automation management, right? We are automating a business process, but there are some key steps that we can take to limit the repeatable process that we will be doing for every automation that is being built. For example, we can set up an ARM templates, Azure Resource Manager templates to automatically deploy an Azure resources virtual machine and also automatically install a Power Automate desktop in the virtual machine and so many other aspects of it. These little automations will help reduce the time in setting up a platform for a new automation process that is being built. Also, think about the reusable templates and code organizations. Since we have a Fusion team working together in automating a business process, it is highly recommended that we build some reusable templates and advocate the availability of these reusable templates to the champions so they can make use of these templates and reduce time in building automation. And if there is any custom connectors need be built, establish those process at an early stage and also um, allow these connectors to be available for others to be tapping onto rather than rebuilding the connection over and over again. We talked about the importance of error handling and logging, establish guidelines. So anyone who's building an automation process follows these guidelines and does the needed error handling and logging process. Testing is another key phase in having a successful automation process. Establishing a testing strategy is extremely important, and the testing strategy should include, on top of the other validation, the business process validation, error scenarios validation, on top of all that, we'll also have to include a sensitive data handling mechanism, also to handle the load and performance expectations. For example, in the invoice processing, what if 50 different invoices comes within an hour? Is our system able to handle that performance and load? Also validate the user access point of view. Make sure that only the right members are being notified during a business process, be it for an alert system or a notification that is part of the business process. These are some key checklist items that you'll have to think through while you're working in the build and test phase. As always, I recommend refer back to the white paper for an extensive list of checklist items. In this deploy and manage phase, developers can set up CI/CD with test integration to deploy automation and avoid accidental changes that would break the automation in production. Azure DevOps and GitHubs are tools that will aid automating this deployment process. As always, make the best use of your current investment and find the right tool for you to be able to automate this process. When we talk about monitoring, on top of the existing detailed level of information that is being gathered on a flow session, be it a success or a failure, um, additional measurements need to be taken in terms of load balancing the workloads. You establish a strategy to schedule, queue, and prioritize an automation process when the workload increases. Now that you have all these analytics that you're gathering, have a mechanism to build visualization on top of it so the business stakeholders can get these insights and make knowledgeable decisions. Here is a sample monitoring strategy where we are tapped into some of the existing Azure services, Azure Monitor, Log Analytics, Power BI, and so forth, to gain some insights and visualize the analytics for the business stakeholders to make a responsible decision. In this phase of an RPA solution management, you see how the RPA solution has expanded into adapting Microsoft's zero trust security model. We talked about different layers of an RPA solution, and you see here that all those layers come together in different ring patterns surrounding the RPA solution, ensuring we have the right set of security controls established through all the different phases that we've gone through. And this is a key phase where um, the admins should leverage on the Azure Active Directory, which is the key identity service provider, and create and manage access controls on users and resources centrally. The platform offers rich set of auditing logs as we have seen in the previous phases. Now it's time for admins to keep track of what happened in the system through the audit logs and various analytics that's been gathered, and provide reactive and proactive service in monitoring these different services and components. This zero trust security model shows the deep integration of Microsoft Power Platform with Azure and Microsoft 365. This allows the admins to define these policies in a central location and also enable them to proactively monitor. As you see, this is a key phase where we make sure all the different aspects of RPA solutions are now in a secured layer and also enables the admins and the business stakeholders to monitor for proactive and reactive action. Let's look at the last phase, which is the nurture. Although the last phase in the RPA solution management, nurture is a key phase where the COE should establish their strategy to nurture and upskill their employees at all times. Here are a few examples how we have been successful in the past doing that. Running an RPA in a day workshops and challenging the pro and citizen developers, running bot wars with real business scenarios. Also run a show and tell on what other makers are creating. This will encourage new citizen developers to learn new skill and also build more automation process. Build a community of champions where you can promote the best practices and guidelines that they can tap onto, and also promote new features that will make their automation building process a lot easier. Continue to train and support the community of champions. Promote templates for citizen developers to get an easy start. Build some hands-on lab sessions. So for any new citizen developer that comes in, they can run these sessions and upskill their automation journey. And continuous learning is a key, and also establish a mechanism for you to track how we are progressing in this continuous learning journey and encourage more citizen developers to join this journey. With this, we have seen all different phases of RPA solution management. We've seen how deeply integrated Power Platform is with Azure and with Microsoft 365. With this three cloud solution, you can build a much more scalable and reliable platform for a successful automation journey for your organization. Now that we have established the importance of automation COE to have a reliable and scalable digital transformation experience for your organization, the next question comes is when is the right time to set up an automation COE? And how will a COE model look for your organization? When it comes to the time, irrespective you're already into this automation journey for the last 6 months or you're someone looking to entering this journey in the next 6 months, I always say now is the right time. If you're already in this journey, recommend to review the HEAT approach discussed in this session, identify your current state, establish a future state, and work towards it. As for the COE model that fits your needs, here I have presented two models. The one on the left is where you see the citizen developers play a key role in all different phases of an RPA solution, while IT provides a reliable platform and an environment setup for the citizen developers to build upon. And on the right side, you see a very well matured COE model that fully benefits from the Fusion team, where highly skilled members work together, providing the best scalable platform for your automation journey. You have the right fit somewhere in between these two models, or one of these models might fit just fine for your organization. Here are some additional resources that you might be interested in. Provided a link to the white paper and few other links that is driven by the Microsoft Power Automate PowerCat team, automation adoption best practices, and recently there was a preview release of automation COE starter kit and highly recommend you testing it out and provide feedback to the team for continuous improvement. Also, the PowerCat team put together a video series on automated where they discuss about this heat series in detail. Do recommend watching it. Here's what I see as key takeaways from this session. Building an automation COE, be it in its simplest form or in a well-matured form, will certainly lay a successful path for an automation journey for your organization. Follow the HEAT approach, which already brings together the industry best practices and guidelines, necessary documentation and tools to ensure you have holistically approached the RPA solution. By integrating the Power Platform with Azure and M365 services, allows you to make the most of your existing licensing investment in this platform. Before I end this session, I would like to thank our sponsors again, event sponsors, platinum sponsors, and gold sponsors for making this summit possible, which allows us to come to the same platform and learn from each other. Thank you. I enjoyed presenting this and sharing my learning, writing this white paper. I would like to connect with you all. Here is my LinkedIn. Please to connect with me and looking forward to having more conversations about RPA and how I can be of help in your organization's journey. Thanks and wish you all a great summer.
Morning all, my name's Dave Burrow. I'm going to talk to you about the Power Platform, more particularly how to enable your users, how to empower them, and hopefully result in some sort of innovation for your organisation. Sorry, I'm not moving the slides. There we go. So I'm the Managing Director for Infiltrate Consultant. We are a Power Platform specialist. We do a bit of work in Dynamics, which is what my background is. So I was working with Dynamics for the last 15 years, and more recently, specifically, the Power Platform. You can find me on Twitter, personal blog, website, or LinkedIn, so do feel free to connect. So, as Managing Director, I spend a lot of time working with fairly big clients. Generally, what happens is they adopt Office 365, they turn on Power Platform, and they lose control. So what we tend to find is we get a phone call or an email saying, how do we turn this off? We don't know what's happened, there's data leaving the business all over the place, we've got all these shadow IT systems, applications that have been built, we just need it off. Which is a difficult thing to do when you've got somebody like the BPC with 500-600 users already adopted it. So there's definitely some interesting challenges with there. How many people use the Power Platform? How many of you looked at governance, control, etc. before you started using it? And therein lies the problem. Most people turn it on, think this is great, we can quickly build really good enterprise level applications, and all of a sudden all of their colleagues start building applications and no one really knows where their data is going or what these applications are doing. So, the Power Platform is an amazing tool. It's great for businesses to really quickly and rapidly deploy applications to meet immediate business problems. One of the biggest complaints within more so enterprise is we go to IT with a problem and they tell us it's going to cost us X amount of money and it's going to take them a year to get to the point where they just think about it because they have to go through all of this control and governance in order to work out is it the right application, etc., etc. So the Power Platform fits in great to that type of scenario where you're very easily to be able to build a really good enterprise level application using either Power Apps or a good automation using Power Automate, etc., without having to go through all of that effort of doing supplier selection, because most companies will already be incumbent with Microsoft. They've already got Office 365, so all the work to evaluate security and compliance has already been done. With that though, I'm going to be a bit geeky on this one, so with that Power becomes a big responsibility, because all of a sudden you've enabled your users to build applications, more so from an IT point of view, that you no longer control. Is there anyone that's worked in an IT department? Do you like it when your users start implementing applications that you don't know about? No. And that is the biggest challenge. What happens when you've got a big user base who maybe aren't IT savvy, that all of a sudden have this ability to build applications that interact with data, that interact not just inside the organisation, but outside? How do you manage that? So, I'm going to tell a story. So I won't say which organisation it was. I got a call from an organisation who wanted to turn Power Platform off. So, there was a user who thought it would be a great idea to build a nice Power Automate flow that celebrated their successes. So, salesperson, they wanted to, on the winning of an opportunity, post out to Twitter to say, look at us, we're a great organisation, we've won this big, massive opportunity. However, the happy cat turned into a very scared cat, and there was definitely an oh shit moment. So, what it turned out they'd actually done was every time they created a new opportunity, it posted it to Twitter. This was fairly quickly picked up, but not quick enough that their competitors were not all over it. So all of a sudden, rather than celebrating successes, they were posting the prospects out of their CRM system into Twitter. And you'd imagine as a competitor, you're going to pick that up pretty quick. And you would imagine there's a lot of salespeople picking up the phone, phoning those people to say, why you want to deal with those people, let's deal with us. So there's definitely a level of governance and control that you should be thinking about before you decide to embark on the Power Platform journey within your organisation. And this is where people, they don't consider, should we enable it now or should we enable it well? What I would say is you have to enable it well, because what will happen is if you just enable it now without any real thought or consideration of security, control, governance, what's going to happen is you're going to end up either turning it off and annoying a lot of users, because all of a sudden those nice applications that they've built to solve their problems are no longer available to them. Or you're going to spend a lot of time talking to someone like me, trying to work out how we fix it. And unfortunately, the majority of the time, people have enabled it now. I don't entirely blame organisations. This is a symptom of the Microsoft marketing machine. Microsoft are great at marketing the Power Platform, giving it away as part of Office 365 licenses. So all of a sudden, everybody has access to it. And a lot of IT departments weren't necessarily aware what it was when they were just turning on Office 365 licenses, and they didn't turn it off. And as users do, they play about and discover this great technology. So what we have to look at is, if you've enabled it now, what do we do about it? Yes, one option is to turn it off, but I found that that's not necessarily the best option, because as I say, you do tend to annoy all of the users that have built all these great applications to help them with their day-to-day job, because it's a great tool for that, by turning it off on them. What we more focus on is how do we fix what's happened, how do we get that under control, and get into the situation where you've enabled it well. Quick quiz or opinion. Do you implement governance or controls? Hands up for governance. Hands up for control. Oh, nobody likes to be controlled, eh? So there is an element of both. When you start to engage with your users and start to help enable them, there is definitely a level of governance. So for me, the difference between governance and control is governance is giving them the ability to self-manage, to be able to self-regulate. Control is stopping them from doing it completely. People don't like being controlled. They don't like being told what to do. But unfortunately, with technology, there does need to be a balance. So the Twitter example where he was posting information from his CRM system out into Twitter, that's a good example where you probably want to implement control. You don't want your CRM data to be able to communicate with social media connectors, for example. You don't want them to be able to post on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. Especially for salespeople. Marketing, you might want them to be able to have that ability, but you would open that up for them on a very specific use case, as opposed to just enabling CRM talking to Twitter. It ends badly. So that would be an example of where you would control. But I found that within organisations you get much better traction and you get a much better enablement with your users and much more empowerment from them when you introduce governance, which is more of a set of guidelines to help them with their journey, to help them understand that actually the actions that they perform do have consequences. So, within the Power Platform, there's lots of different ways to manage and control and govern what you're doing. A lot of this also applies to Dynamics 365 for the Dynamics 365 users. So what you've got is you've got various different levels of access strategy that you can implement. What I would do and what I tend to do is, if I speak to an IT department, they say, I want to lock everything down, don't want them to be able to do anything, they have to come to us for approvals for everything, which from an IT department point of view, I can understand. What you tend to find is IT control the budget, so they do tend to have a bit of say in that. But what you want to do is, within your organisation, you want to engage with both the IT department and the business users, and you need to find a level of middle ground. Because otherwise what will happen is IT will end up fighting with the business over what's happening within the applications. And there's a balance to strike, because what's happened is you might go too far one way. If you go too far into the IT camp, you end up in a situation where IT control everything and they're still the bottleneck for building applications. If you go the other way into the business and enable them to do what they want, what will happen is IT will say, that's fine, but we're not supporting any of that stuff. Come to us when it goes wrong and we'll just tell you, no, we're not dealing with it, sorry, not our problem. So you definitely need to get a balance between your business users and your IT department in order for them to work harmoniously together to be able to really utilise the platform. But in terms of initial governance and controls that I would implement is data loss prevention is an absolute critical one. As I say, you don't want your business critical data going walkabouts through a flow out into the web. So one of the first tasks that I would complete is looking at connector access and data loss policies and enable your business and non-business connectors as a very first step. Make sure your CRM system, your finance system is connected as a business connector, and everything else can go into the non-business, and don't let them talk. And that is one of the main controls that I would implement. In terms of other controls, you do have things like security permissions on who can access what data, etc. And that is where you start to compromise. Again, from a business point of view, they're like, I want access to everything, but you do have to consider what is the purpose of that. So really finding that balance of access versus actually what you're doing with it. You can then, again, look at encryption infrastructure as a secondary piece. With it being the Power Platform, a lot of this is already implemented for you. And I find 9 times out of 10, the default out of the box is suitable for most small to medium organisations. It's only when you get into the big enterprise that they have to start looking more at infrastructure and networking around VPN access to data, etc. How many people that use the Power Platform have deployed the Centre of Excellence Toolkit? One person. Excellent. So, as part of a Power Platform adoption, I would always recommend installing the Centre of Excellence Starter Kit. It's a really good set of tools that gives you visibility, particularly if you're in more of the IT side of the business. It allows you to have that visibility of what is happening within your organisation. It gives you a set of out-of-the-box reports and functions that lets you see what applications people have built, what connectors they're using, where have they built them, particularly for your more multinational type companies, who's building the most apps. Is it some random business person that's just churning out app after app, or actually are they thought through before they're built? So there's some really good reports and information that comes straight out of the box from these solutions that you can just install. The other thing that you can do as part of that is you can control who's got access to particular apps. So again, good, easy to use, bit of functionality that allows you to say this group of people can have access to that type of app, this group of people can't. So again, you might not want salespeople to have access to a finance app. And again, it's all done from within the construct of the Centre of Excellence Toolkit. And this is, as I said, from a DLP point of view, a data loss prevention, this is what I would look at setting up first. So what this effectively says is that anything within the business column, within the first column there, is classed as business data. Then you've got non-business data, so you've got 445 of them versus 3. And what you can do is you can say, I don't want to allow business connectors to talk to non-business connectors. And automatically what will happen is if someone in your organisation builds a flow that connects your CRM database to Twitter, it won't run, it will fail. Because it will say, no, I can't talk to this person over here. So that's always a good one to implement. You do need to check these. because Microsoft have, as default in their DLP policy, set every other Microsoft product as business. So where that can become an issue is if you've got external users in your Teams environment, for example, you might not want your CRM data to be automatically published into your Teams environment because you don't want an external contractor who's got guest access having visibility of CRM data that's automatically been fed through. So it's just one to consider. But by default, I would tend to disable social media, particularly within enterprise. Nobody wants their business data to go walk about into social media, because once it's there, and your competitors see you've done it. It also comes with a set of dashboards as part of the COE toolkit. And what it allows you to do is manage your users and also your environments. So you're able to see, as I said, who's the people that are building all of these applications, where are they building them. So actually, are they all building them in test environments, their default environment, your production environment? So there's, again, some really good reporting that's available out of the box. And what you can do is, once you get through your enablement stage and you've got a good group of users working in the Power Platform, you can start to move into empowerment and working out how do we utilise the skills of that enabled group in order to support and nurture the group of people that are maybe not quite as engaged in the Power Platform, and those people become almost your evangelists for the technology. So there was a Gartner stat that I read that by 2025, 70% of all business applications are going to be built in a low-code or no-code environment. So those business users that are building applications today are going to have a lot of power in 2025, providing obviously those stats hold true. Word of caution, if you are an end user at the moment, if you've got people in your organisation who are at that level where they can pick up apps and build them, they might disappear off the partner side. Partners are going to pay more. So yeah, just to make sure that you incentivise those people to stay. What you can also do is, from that overall dashboard, you can drill down and look at more detailed information for individual apps. So you can see who's got access to particular apps, are they Canvas apps, model-driven apps, when were they last modified, when were they created, when were they last used, which again is useful from a maintenance of the environment, because what we often find is that the Power Platform only becomes a problem when IT start getting bills for additional storage, or they get that daily email of you're reaching your 5% left, you've got 2% left, you're over capacity, and that's when we tend to see it, because before that, IT, because they didn't have visibility of what was happening in the environments, they didn't necessarily know. So these are some really good reports, again, available as part of the starter kit, that allows you to really analyse what applications are being used, where are they being used, who are they being used by. So with all that information, what you can start to do is use that skill set that you have internally, all of those app makers, evangelists that you have in your organisation, and really educate the rest of your user base. What we find is that most of the Power Platform deliverables that we find successful are where they've got a really good core group of users in the business that can almost act as salespeople for the application into the rest of the business. And it's working with those people to work out actually how do we go and empower all these other users. You might only get them to build a simple Canvas app that they click a button that turns on their out of office, but it's something that saves a bit of time for them and it gets them more engaged in that Microsoft kind of overall stack. And being Microsoft, there's a connector for every other Microsoft product. So if you're using Outlook, Teams, there's lots of wee productivity tools that you can build that really save you time. As I say, turning on your out of office. How many people go out and forget to turn on their out of office? Whereas if you've got it as an app on your phone, push the button, all of a sudden you're out of office. Oh, I'm back now, push it again. Communication is key in the whole sale of the Power Platform. And this is one of the reasons that I get involved when it goes wrong, because there's not been any communication. They've turned it on inadvertently through Office 365 licenses, and the users have found it by themselves. So what I would suggest is, if you're looking to adopt a Power Platform in your organisation, make sure your communication strategy is absolutely key, and make sure it's there in terms of what is the Power Platform, what should it be used for, what is our guidelines for what you should and shouldn't be using it for, what is the governance, the protection policies that we have in place. Educate the users, bring them on that journey, and build that community. It's a community-led tool. If you look at the Microsoft events, it's community events. Microsoft don't run events of this size, other than obviously the 2 per year. The majority of these events are community-led, and it's about how do you bring this sort of community inside your organisation. And copy what the communities are doing. Run a hackathon, do training sessions, build an application catalogue, a maker portal, run the idea workshops. And again, a lot of these things are available as part of the COE Starter Kit. You'll be able to get hackathon content online. You'll be able to get app in a day, flow in a day, Power BI in a day. It's all freely available to you to use. You just go and download the content. It'll have the slide, the assets, and it'll allow you to run these things inside your own organisation. This is one of the kind of learning portals that's part of the COE Starter Kit as well. So you can deploy this, and it's as simple as it's got a brief definition of what is Power Automate, what is Power Apps, what is Power BI, and then it's got some links to learning materials. So it'll take you to the app and day content, it'll take you to the learning portal, it'll take you to the exam content. And again, this is just another way of making sure your users, again, are aware of what the technology is and what the actions and what the consequences of those actions are. So again, educate your customers, your end client, your end user. Don't just let them run with it, because you will end up in a situation where you do lose control. The other piece that you've got as part of that is you can run training events. So again, you can schedule training events and have users sign up to it for themselves. This is probably more applicable to the larger side of the enterprise, where they've got lots and lots of users they might have rolled this out to. And you can schedule training courses. And again, I would get those original app makers, evangelists running these. You might have the support of a partner, but ultimately try to run these internally, because what you'll find is somebody that understands the business process is more likely to be able to communicate what the technology is good for, how to use it in the context of their business. It's all good and well me coming up here and talking about Contoso and sales opportunities, but for a lot of organisations, they don't talk in that language. So one of the clients that I've been working with recently is they sell houses, but they don't talk about leads or opportunities. It's all about reservations, and it's just a different language that they use. So again, it's much better to engage with them on a language that they understand, which is why that internal evangelist will do a much better job than an external. This is verging back into the controls. So this is quite good, again, more from an IT point of view. So one of the things that you can implement as part of the starter kit is the maker assessment. And what this effectively is that before you get given access to go and create an application, you effectively have to submit a proposal for it, and you have to answer some set questions. And again, you can customise these questions with specific questions that are applicable to your organisation. So out of the box, it does have stuff like, do you need to work offline? Are you going to have to run some workflows? Do you need support? AI models? Do you need to connectors? So effectively what it's doing is it's kind of enforcing the business user to think about what they're going to build before they just go ahead and build it. And then someone from IT to say, yep, that's okay. Because actually, yeah, we can give you access to that connector, no problem at all. But if they say, I want to post opportunities to Twitter, they're going to say, but actually, no, from a company policy point of view, we're not going to enable CRM to Twitter as a connector. Sorry, you can't build that application. Or you need to go and get further justification to be able to do it. Again, because it is in that Microsoft ecosystem, the other thing that you can do is you can integrate your Power Platform COE with Teams. So again, any of the applications that are part of the starter kit are part of Teams. So you can have your maker portal, your assessment questionnaire as part of your Teams environment. So they don't even have to go to make.power apps anymore. They can do all of them within Team. And they've also implemented a wee bot that effectively asks for feedback on what are we doing well in terms of our Power Platform implementation and what are we doing badly. So for the people who have got kind of Power Platform, what type of things have you been using it for? Does no one want to admit what they're using it for? Anyone? No? So the people who said they had it at the beginning, do you have it and just not using it?
So some examples where we've used it for customers, mainly apps, desk-keeping apps, being able to book time off, sick, holiday, that type of thing, integrate with SharePoint, things like that. We're using use a lot of the templates as well, like employee ID or things like that, we can
Yep.
customize. So it's end user focused apps that they can integrate with.
Yeah, absolutely. And the example you gave are a real good positive thing that's come out of things like COVID. COVID has definitely accelerated the journey in terms of do we go and employ an application developer or do we build something very quickly ourselves in a low code, no code. There was a 2-week downturn right at the very beginning of COVID where everybody stopped working, nobody was signing off any work, and then people realised that there wasn't an end to this anytime soon, and what we found was that we got much busier because all of a sudden there was lots of organisations who had all these employees who now needed to work either fully remotely or hybrid, and it's definitely accelerated the Power Platform as a platform and a technology. Unfortunately, we're now seeing the results, as I said, of people who just turned it on versus the people who thought about it before they did. And it's all about enabling your end users, enabling your IT departments. The IT world's changing. It's no longer you have to go to IT to get sign off for a new application. Most big organisations aren't working in that way. End up with lots of applications that you don't know what's happening in them, you don't know where the data is going, and generally by the time you find out, it's too late. Any questions? Yes?
It's just to pick up on the point you were talking about there. Things get built, then our data protection officer has a heart attack because the data is going on, and then goes, where's the data protection impact assessment that's being done? How are you dealing with those channels without stopping innovation, so that
Yes.
people can get on with it? Because it's almost that's becoming a block. You need to do all this documentation
Yep.
before you can write it.
Yes. So the way that we bring it around that is we involve your data protection team with the initial setup of the platform. So they've already agreed a base set of connectors that they're happy for the organisation to use. And that's one of the bits that the maker comes into play. If someone wants to use a non-approved connector, or just one that hasn't been looked at yet by the data protection team or the legal team, etc., that they would then submit an application to say, this is the use case that we have, this is the risk involved in it, and then a decision is made on, do we enable it for that very one single use case, or do we enable it organisational wide?
I don't think it's even some people developing don't actually understand what type of data they're actually going to have in the application.
Yes.
They're a great idea, but don't know personal, sensitive,
Yeah.
etc.
And that's it. But if you take your data protection and your data loss protection policies further, you can turn on functionality to do things like, example, identify phone numbers, credit card numbers, email addresses, and you can get really granular on what data can and can't go out of that. So there is the functionality there, because you've got the same functionality as you do within Office 365, within Dynamics, sitting there for you to use. Just a lot of people don't bother.
Yeah, with the Office 365, people are seeing a lot more data than they realise they could see,
Yes.
or maybe should not see.
Yep.
And then this is the next part of that journey.
Again, it's part of that Microsoft marketing machine of, we do all this for you. It's no, they give you the ability to manage it and deal with it, but you have to take the time and really think about what data do we need to stop, because things like credit card numbers, etc., are fairly standard across all businesses, but there will be data specific to your business that is business critical and business sensitive that you don't want to be leaving.
And I don't know if it's not really governance related, but where do you find customers get to require additional licensing for Power Apps? Is that when they look at certain connectors, or is there a way to, do you find that out up front, or is the...
Yeah, so it depends. So more often than not, it happens when they're moving away from just allowing their users to do personal productivity apps in the default environment, and they want to start looking at more either team level or business level applications, and they realise that in order to use solutions and environment management, they need licenses. And that tends to be where that point comes up. Or they're trying to use a premium connector. And they can. And that's when, again, they look at licenses. Yes. The ever-changing goalposts. Any more questions? Still got 10 minutes. No? Yeah, again, I'd just like to thank the sponsors of the session and sponsors of the conference, and hope everyone has a great time for the rest of the next couple of days. Thank you very much.
You're all good, you're all good. Let's start now. Cool. Will look like we'll make a start there. So, in today's session, we are going to be talking about adaptive cards in Microsoft Teams, #PowerTeams. This session is going to be mostly demos, so we'll pray to the demo gods that everything works okay. And today's session is really about how do you build adaptive cards, what are they, why would you use them? And I'm going to show you some examples of adaptive cards that I have built. This session is very much for beginners. It's very much for people who may not be developers. If you are some developers in the room, you may learn something new as well, hopefully. I would not consider myself a developer at all, but can use adaptive cards in Teams. So it's a really great solution for those people who are looking to kind of extend the capability of Microsoft Teams. So always have to start with the sponsors. Well, thank you so much for sponsoring the event. Obviously, without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to have any of these wonderful sessions, so thank you so much. A little bit about me. So my name is Kat Greenan. I'm a Microsoft Solutions Specialist and an Office 365 Apps and Services MVP. I was just awarded MVP in March this year, so relatively newish to the community. I have been working in tech for about 6 years. I have a completely non-tech background, so the only experience I have is the last 6 years. And I specialise in the collaboration aspect, so that's all things Teams, Viva, SharePoint, all of that wonderful stuff. I have included my link tree there, so I do participate in all social media. That's Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Please tell me there's some TikTok fans out there. You'll find me on LinkedIn. I have a blog as well, so if you kind of scan that code, you'll be able to connect with me on all of those platforms if you want to. Okay. So, just a show of hands. Have you ever used adaptive cards before? Please raise your hands if you have. A few of you in the room, some not. Well, surprisingly, you probably have, even if you don't think so. So, adaptive cards is actually a technology that's used across lots of different Microsoft platforms. So, what you can see on my screen may be familiar. It's the Windows timeline. So, if you've ever used the timeline before, you can see a list of applications and browsers and files that you've been using over the last month or so. These are actually adaptive cards. If you've ever sent a poll in a Microsoft team, come in, sit down. If you have ever used a poll in Microsoft Teams or even sent an approval in Microsoft Teams, this is also using adaptive card technology. And if you've ever got or had any actionable messages in Outlook, that's also using adaptive cards. So although you may not think you're using adaptive cards, you probably are. So what is it? What is an adaptive card? Well, it's an open card exchange format. And what that really means is what we can do is take content, whether that's an image, a video, piece of text, a link to something, anything we can think of really. We can put that into a card format and then we can put that into different applications like Outlook, Teams, Cortana, and so on. Today, obviously, we're going to focus on Microsoft Teams, but what we're really doing is bringing in that content into Microsoft Teams where it's in a formatted, kind of good-looking style for the end user. It keeps your information consistent. So some examples are things like input forms, lead generation cards, even if you just want to post happy birthday in a little card, you can use adaptive cards for that as well. I will go back actually because it is a low-code solution. So there is a little bit of code involved called JSON, but I shouldn't admit this, but I hate coding. I absolutely can't stand it. When something doesn't work and it works and you finally fix it, that doesn't give me a buzz. It just makes me extremely frustrated. So as someone who absolutely hates code, I can build adaptive cards. You certainly can too, even if you have no experience with it, which is why I just love the technology. So what are some examples of adaptive cards? You can see some on my screen there. So the great news is that with adaptive cards, it does integrate with other applications. So you can see on the top left-hand side there, I have an adaptive card that's integrating with Microsoft Planner, or Tasks for Planner, I think it was renamed, where what happens is when an end user is using Planner, they complete a task. what we want that to do is automatically send a little card into a Teams chat or channel message, and it will tell them what the task is, if it's completed, and it's interactive. There's a little button in there where I can go in and I can view that task. We can also have things like input forms. You can see some examples here of where I want to actually not just send information into Teams for the user, I want to bring information out. So I can create a form where a user will fill that in. That could be if they've just started the organization. You could gather employee feedback, even lead generation, which is a common use case that we see, which we could bring it into Dynamics 365 as well. So in Microsoft Teams, in a chat and channel message, we could fill in a form like this with our lead information, and that could automatically create a lead in Dynamics 365 for us. So it's that idea of if Teams is the place that we're spending most of our working day, we can bring in those other solutions in the form of that adaptive card, make it interactive. And the great thing about adaptive cards is it's open source. So we can really do what we want with it, which is quite exciting because it's unlimited possibilities. Why would you want to use them? Why should we use adaptive cards? Well, when we build an adaptive card, and I will show you how to build it, when we build an adaptive card, we can reuse it across different platforms. So if I build a card that is going to show flight information, for example, for an end user, I can take that card and I could use it for Microsoft Teams, but I could also use it for Outlook. And if we have any Viva fans, it's also used in Viva Connections and the dashboard. All those cards are adaptive cards as well, so we can use it across different platforms. It's also low and no code. As I said, I absolutely hate code, and so we don't really need to use a lot. There is a little bit, but I have some tips and tricks to make life a little bit easier for you. When that really means it's cost effective. So I don't need to, as an organization, spend a very large amount of money skilling up developers or buying developers to build this stuff. I can kind of train my staff to be able to do it without developer skills. I don't have to hire another company to do that for me. You can if you want, but you don't have to. And the look and feel as well. If you want something that's really consistent, if you want something that looks good for the end user, it's all about improving that user interface. Instead of just having a message posted into Teams, it's in a card, it's interactive, we can control it, we can brand it, and so on. So, how do you build adaptive cards? There's a few different ways. I have a personal favourite, which I'm going to do today. But we, first of all, have lots of documentation from Microsoft that can help you build adaptive cards. There's lots of how-to guides. And one of my favourite things is that there are templates. I'm a huge fan of templates, whether that's Power Apps, adaptive cards. Make use of the templates because they're fantastic. Microsoft provide lots of pre-built adaptive cards for you. So if I just show you some examples of some pre-built adaptive cards. So if you can see on my screen, this is, I'll kind of show you the designer in a second. This is a website from Microsoft where it provides you with a list of templates. Ignore that middle bit, the scary code bit. We're going to come back to that. I'm going to navigate to the left-hand side. You'll see a whole list of adaptive card examples. So if I take stock update, for example, on the right-hand side, you'll be able to see an example of that adaptive card and what that will look like. That can be posted into a Teams chat and channel message or chat or channel message for a user to be able to view. We have things like agendas, expense forms. We can embed maps in there, images. One of the things that we can do as well is connect to our internal systems. So if we have something like a news article in SharePoint that we want to post into a Microsoft Teams chat or channel message, we can actually connect that adaptive card to the person who posted that newsletter or the news article, the title of it, the image, and a button to where that news article lives in SharePoint in our intranet. Some other examples, flight details, but we also have, if I scroll down, some input forms. So the input forms in here, you can see I can input some information as the end user. So depending on what you want to gather, whether that's the feedback or dinner orders, whatever that may be. So there's lots of documentation from Microsoft. There is also, let's start from the beginning, let me go back. There is also my favorite way, which is the online designer. And the online designer is free from Microsoft. You can access it online, and it just helps you drag and drop and build your own adaptive card. And you can even use those samples and customize it from there. I'm going to come back to the online designer because that's the way I'm going to show you for today's session. But just to let you know as well, it also works in Visual Studio. There's an adaptive card kind of like extender that you can add. Where using Visual Studio, if you do have a subscription to that, you can use that code to build adaptive cards. But today I'm going to be focusing on the online designer. So let's take a look. Here it goes, live demo. Okay, so in the sample area here, you can see that I have some samples on the left-hand side. What I have in the middle here is the JSON. Now, the way that adaptive cards works is we want to send this card into Teams. The tool that we use to send that card is Power Automate. So your adaptive card, if you start building it from this designer, you'll always need to use Power Automate to be able to send that card into a Microsoft Teams chat or channel message. And one of the key things about it is when we build a workflow in Power Automate, it's going to ask us for your adaptive card JSON. That's this middle bit here. I'm a huge fan of copy and paste, which I do frequently. So I would not disregard copy and pasting and just using some of these samples. You don't have to go in and learn lots of code to be able to do it and build it. So don't raise your eyebrows. That's the way that I like to do it. Make life easier, don't reinvent the wheel. So what we would do is we would copy and paste that JSON into Power Automate. What I can do is if I don't want to build one of these samples, if I don't want to use one of these, I want to build mine from scratch. I really want it to look bespoke for what I want to do. What you can do is actually use this website. This website is the Adaptive Card Designer, my favorite way to build adaptive cards. And there's a couple of areas to this designer. So in the middle, you can see we have an example of what my card will look like. One thing I would highly recommend is to make sure that you're choosing your host app at the top. If I drop that down, you can see what the adaptive card will look like in wherever you're trying to put it. So if we were going to put it in Outlook Actionable Messages, that's what it would look like. For this scenario, we are going to choose Teams. You can actually use the dark version of Teams as well if you want to see what it'll look like there, but we're going to use Teams Lite for this scenario. And I would always highly recommend changing that before you start because the version's quite important. This is where sometimes I'll rack my brain of why my adaptive card isn't working. It's because I'm on the wrong version. So make sure that you change it before you start so we're on the right version. Now, a couple of areas in here. We have our test or our example adaptive card here. On the left-hand side, we have a whole list of card elements. So these are things that we can put into the card. Now, my favorite bit about this is that it is drag and drop. We don't have to sit there and write lots of code. We can literally pick up stuff we want to put in our card. Like, for example, if I'm going to do a form type card, I can ask people for dates, input dates. If I wanted to do an action, so you can see there's a couple of buttons here. If I want to get rid of that button, I'll click on it, I'll click X, I can even just hit delete on my keyboard. So it's really, really intuitive and easy to use. Drag and drop, delete things, just move things around. Now if I wanted to, I could add an action, and that action could be a button to open another link. That button could be to submit something. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop my button in there. But one other thing that we can do with it, as well as just adding and deleting stuff into our cards and moving things around, we can customize how it looks. So if I want to change the text, the color, the font, the image, if I'm dragging the image from online, like a GIF or anything like that, I can do that. And the way that I would do that is actually looking at the card structure and going into the properties of the card elements. What I mean by that is this button at the moment says action.openURL. If a user goes in and sees that adaptive card, it's not a great experience if you say action.openURL. So I might want to change what that button says. So what I would do is I would click on my action. You can see it's in here. And yeah, I can change the title. Let me drag this around. And I can choose view. And what that will do is change my button for me. So it's a little bit easier for the user to go in and see. So we can do that for every element that we put in. We can change everything, customize it, brand it, however we want. Now, when we're happy with our adaptive card, what do we do? Well, we need to go to Power Automate. And in Power Automate, we need to create a workflow that says, I want to put this adaptive card into a Teams chat or channel message. Now, an example one that I'm going to use, and I'm going to use one that I created earlier for the sake of a live demo, is if I'm in an organization that wants to maybe post a news article from our SharePoint intranet into a Teams chat or channel message, I could do that using an adaptive card. So in that scenario, when I create my workflow, what I would always start with is a trigger. Your trigger, in my scenario, is manual, because I want to start the demo whenever I want. But ideally, what you might want to have as a trigger is when someone adds a page to SharePoint. Whenever somebody adds that page, that news page, it will trigger the workflow and it will send that adaptive card. So you can make it automated, so you don't have to manually go in and do this yourself. And what I would do is choose my site address, my library, where in SharePoint do you want to pull this information. So that's where the adaptive card is going to find its info, from what site and from what library. I need to get my file properties because this will allow me to use dynamic content. What that means is I can choose the user who posted the news article, the title, the text, the description. I can pull that information from dynamic content and put that into my adaptive card. So that means it's not going to show the same news article every time. It's going to pull whichever news article has been posted. Now, the action that I want to use is post an adaptive card in a chat or channel message. If you go to your action and just search for adaptive card, you'll see the options pop up there for you. And there's a few things that we can customize in there. What channel do you want it to be posted in, or what chat message? Who do you want to have it posted by? So do you want it to be from a communications person or administrator, or just from Flow itself or Power Automate itself? And then we get to the fun bit, which is the code. And in here, this is going to be blank when you first go into it. And this is where it's going to ask for that JSON that I talked about earlier. And what I would do is I would go to my adaptive card that I've built, that I'm happy with, and I would scroll up, and this is the one that we want to copy and paste. I would just copy all of that, and I would paste that into here. But we're not done yet. What you'll see is that when I scroll down, I actually have some dynamic content in my workflow. So that's these little green boxes. And apologies if you already know this stuff. There may be people who don't know this stuff. So the little green box is dynamic content. What that means is I'm pulling information from my SharePoint Online intranet. For example, in here, this is where in the adaptive card, the title will go. So I want to grab the title from the news article. So what I would do is I would use my dynamic content, I would search for my title, and I would say, okay, I'm going to add that in, so it's going to pick up each title depending on which news article it is. Now, one cheat that I love using is if I am looking at this, if I go back to my JSON, if you're not familiar with using it, it sometimes can be quite difficult to actually know where you put the dynamic content. Like, where's the title in here? I don't know what any of this means. So what I do is when I'm building my adaptive card is I will go to the title here, and I will just go, title goes here. So what that means is now when I scroll up, I can see title goes here in my code. So when I go to my Power Automate, I can see my big asterisk, title goes here, so I know that's where I put my title. Don't reinvent the wheel, make it easy for yourself. So you don't have to memorize where everything lives. So in here, I would just go, username goes here. And then it's going to pop up for me, so then when I copy and paste that, oh, my username goes there. Great, that's where I put my dynamic content. So there's a little tip for you. So once you've done that and you've added in the content you want to, and we're not going to get any fancier with any expressions or anything like that, I could choose to save that, and then I can run that workflow, or if I've chosen the automatic trigger, it will do it for me. So let's see how it looks. And this on my adaptive card, I don't think I included an image, so we'll see how it goes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to SharePoint because my adaptive card workflow is manual. And I'm going to go to my landing page. And this is where we're going to pull the news from. Now what I have to do, and I'm doing this quickly because it's really not part of the the demo, but there we go. I'm going to go into my site pages because this is where my news articles are. So you would set a automatic workflow to say every time a page is added, that's when it's going to trigger that workflow. So in here, I'm just going to choose this one, and I'm going to start my workflow. And we're going to see what that looks like in Microsoft Teams. Put a little message. Here's some news. And now, wonderful. Okay, so now we have the adaptive card that's popped up, which says the news article, title, the user, provisioning user, test user, and a little description. And what I also have is a button in here. Now, obviously, with your adaptive card, you might want to add some images, some company branding in there. When I go to click on it, it's actually going to take me to that specific news article as well. So that's why we use the dynamic content, so we can see exactly, go to exactly where we are in SharePoint. So that is one example of using news as an adaptive card. Another example I wanted to talk to you about is an input form. So the input form, if I just show you an example here, go to one of my workflows. An input form you might want to use to gather information, to gather feedback, new employee information, whatever it is that you want. And let me just find, there we go. Now, what I did here in this adaptive card is used a template. That's why I love the templates. And the template that I used was actually an input form like this. And all I did was I copy and pasted this into my workflow. So it'll look like this, look a little bit better. I wouldn't say I was a designer, so it's good to have some samples where they get a bit creative with you. And in this scenario, I've manually triggered this workflow, just demo purposes, but you may want to have a workflow when somebody new is added to a team, whatever it is, the reason why you're kind of posting that input form. You could have it scheduled every 6 months. You want to post that input form so people provide feedback. It's totally up to you. And what I have in here, this is slightly different in terms of the action that we need to use. Because we're using an input form, we are posting an adaptive card, but we don't just want to post the adaptive card. We need to get that information from the user. So what we want to use is the post adaptive card and wait for a response. That's the action that we need to use. So what happens is when I go to start this workflow, one other thing we can do as well actually is when a user does submit this form, and this JSON copy from the samples, we can customize the update message as well. So when somebody does submit that, what do you want it to say? That's where you can just add it in and customize it, which is quite nice. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to manually trigger this adaptive card. And if I go to my team, you'll see it's just popped up there for me. So this is my adaptive card. I've got my image in there, and I've got, please fill out this form, yada yada. We did have an organisation who started using this to encourage people to fill out their Delve profiles in Office 365. So that was like a nice way of some image and then a link to their Delve profile, and they could put in some information. But in here, what I can do is I can say my name, wrong caps, my email address, and I can submit that. Now before I submit it actually, I just want to show you, because we started the workflow, you'll see that it's still waiting for a response. The workflow hasn't actually finished running until that person fills that in. So if that workflow starts, it's never going to finish until somebody responds. So when I do submit my response, it'll come up with my little message to say, thank you for your response. And then it will complete for me. Now, in terms of once we complete that workflow, when I scroll down to the output, I'll be able to see the data that has been pulled. So in here, I can see the information that the user has filled in. Now, you can really do what you want with that data. If you want to put it into a SharePoint list, if you want to put it into an Excel spreadsheet, however you're deciding to gather that information. But that's where we would pull that data from. But the adaptive cards can look really, really slick. They can look really different as well. Another one that I just wanted to show you is the tasks. So it integrates with other Office 365 applications. So if I go to, see if this is the right one, my planner tab. I don't think it's that one. Let's go to this one. Yes, this one. So I'm using Planner. I'm managing some tasks, and I'm going to go in, I'm going to complete a couple of these tasks. Now, because I've set up a workflow with an adaptive card, what will happen, and it always takes like a few seconds, but it does work, is that I'll have an adaptive card that will come through automatically to say someone's completed a task, and I can click on a button and I can view the task. Give it a second. Let's give it a little refresh. We were doing so well. But it integrates with other applications. So yeah, give it a little second, it'll pop up for us. I do have one that I did have one earlier. Maybe it's a different channel. That's why you gotta keep track of my channels. All right, we'll give that a second. Let's go to the workflow and make sure it's worked. So what I did there, to make it even easier, and this session, if there's anything you've learned, is make your life easier when it comes to adaptive cards. So the first one, we've customized it. We created some dynamic content. We had to build our card, copy and paste it, and go from there. The input form, I just copy and pasted that from the samples. There's an even easier way to use adaptive cards, and that's using the pre-built templates in Power Automate as well. So if I go to templates, I'll be able to search for adaptive card, and with some of these, Microsoft will already provide the JSON for you. You don't even have to go to that designer. It's already there, it's already been created and built, you just have to sign in and run the workflow, and that's simply it. So that's what I did for this task scenario. So if I go to My Flows, and I'll just show you which one we are using. Naming conventions, very important with these type of things. You can see here, this one is pre-built. So Microsoft pre-built this. When a task is complete, all I need to do is choose my project plan, get user profile information, who's completed the task. This is already updated for me, so I don't need to do much there. Hit save. So every time my task is completed, takes a little minute, but it will appear as an adaptive card here. I've got a little button. Again, you can go into the designer with that JSON and customize it and change that if you want to, but it's already done for you if not. Fantastic news for me. Another one, just before we finish, that I wanted to make you aware of is approvals. So approvals is using adaptive card technology, but we don't have to use any JSON if we don't want to. It's already kind of built for us. So I can actually use approvals through adaptive cards, and I can do that in SharePoint, I can do that in Teams, and I can do that using the Approvals Hub app. So all I'm going to do is click on the free docs. You can search for approvals, and this is it here. And in here, I have a whole list of the approvals that have been used in my organization, approvals that I've sent, approvals that I have rejected or approved. And I can go in and I can create a new approval request. This is actually using an adaptive card. It's something that you can customize. You can build templates if you want to, but it's already pre-built for you. Fantastic news. So in my scenario, what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to SharePoint and a document library. I have a file that I need to be approved by my marketing manager before it gets published. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select one of my files. And you can see here I've got some columns in here to tell me if it's approved or rejected. And I'm going to start my workflow. So I'm going to start request sign-off. And in here, we're just going to create flow. I don't think this was the right one. Give me a second. That's the right one, actually. And I'm going to put a little note. Again, you can customize this if you want to. You don't have to add notes. Please approve. And that note and that information will go through to that administrator or that person to say, why are you signing, what are you approving? What will happen is in Microsoft Teams, I'll get a little notification in my activity field to say that someone has sent me a request. Again, it takes a little second, but here's one I did earlier. Where someone's saying, please approve this file. It'll give me a comment. There we go. It'll pop up as an approval for me. I can go in, I can click on the link to view the file. I can add comments, and I can choose to approve that. Once that is approved, using this adaptive card, it will update in a second for me, and it will update in SharePoint to say that that file's been approved. So the idea is they're adaptive cards we use every day. We can definitely start building adaptive cards and be very creative with them and kind of connect them to third-party systems that we're using or third-party apps. It doesn't just have to be Microsoft applications. And I can, there we go, it's updated as approved for me, so we kind of keep in track of that in SharePoint as well. Make your life easier, you can use the samples, the designer, there's adaptive cards in Power Automate that are already, even the workflows built for you, you don't even have to do that from scratch. I do some stuff from scratch, I'm not just cutting corners the whole way, but the idea is for those people who maybe haven't used the technology before, when I didn't use the technology before, that was my best place to start and the easiest thing for me to do, to start using the technology in Microsoft Teams. So those were a few of the examples that I wanted to show you with adaptive cards. Hopefully this has encouraged you to start using adaptive cards, start looking at it within your organization, lots of different use cases. And we finished a little bit early, so that's always nice. But thank you so much for listening. It was my first time presenting at a community conference, so thanks for being nice. And I'll pause now if you've got any questions, but thank you so much.
I do have a question. I also play around with adaptive cards, and especially the last part you mentioned about the approvals. What I noticed is that what you showed, right, that in Teams you get the notification that something happened.
Yeah.
But there's also an email sent, right?
Yes.
And that part is what I'm curious about, because I think if you now go to your email, the adaptive card itself says that it's already been approved or rejected.
Yeah, in Teams. Like when you do it from Teams.
Yeah, so now you did it in Teams, but the adaptive card in Outlook has been updated. And I was just wondering if you know how that works, because I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think. There is a way to not do that if you don't want it to, but it's going to take, so in the JSON, this is where we're going to have to do a little bit of the code and stuff. In the JSON, if the way it's connecting to Outlook, you can base it that kind of, the bit where we do the dynamic, so is it approved in Teams, yes or no, update my adaptive card in Outlook. There'll be a JSON bit for that, basically. Again, I would always look for a sample for that. But yeah, that's how it would work, basically. No worries. Any other questions? Hi.
I'm curious about your, you mentioned an approval to, or an adaptive card to encourage people to update their Delve profile. I was having a hard time even getting links to people's Delve profiles, but I briefly played with that. Would you mind, or do you have that available that you could show us what that looks like?
I don't have it available, but I can, if you come up after, I can share with you some links on how to do that. Yeah, because we struggled to get it to their actual Delve profile, but it would open up Delve for them to basically sign in, and then they could update it. So there's a little way around it, but yeah, come up after. I'll try and dig out the link for you.
It looks like in the future for the adaptive cards that it's going to be some sort of server for holding the templates of what the adaptive card library looks like. So therefore you kind of pick from the templates in the library and just give it a data payload and visualises that how it needs to. Are you able to share anything on that? Not GA yet.
I'm not sure because it's live streaming, and so I'm not going to say anything. But come up after and I'll grab your details and I'll share with you some information. Okay. Yeah, better to just not say if you don't know, because you never know.
Some question about the Viva, if you can just double check that. So if we could say that you have a page with different adaptive cards, is it Viva connections?
Yeah.
And is it really also that easy to just adapt the JSON with more template?
Yeah, so with the, if we go to, because with Viva the dashboard, you've got two card sizes to choose from. There's not that, it's not great with the adaptive, like, size of the card. So there's like a large and a small, basically, depending on what you are trying to do. So I don't know if it's going to allow me to do the large. So this would be like a small card on the dashboard. Has it got a large one? No. And the large one is just longer, depending on what you're trying to show. So if there's like for the insights integration, it always requires the bigger card so you can see the image. But yeah, you can build the adaptive cards in the same way. You can use the adaptive card designer like this. You can customize this card, and it works kind of in the same way, except it's not Power Automate. We're doing it in there's like a SharePoint designer and stuff we can use to paste that JSON in there. But in terms of building out the cards, yeah, it's quite good. More?
I have a question. Do you have the possibility to, because if you are using out-of-the-box approvals from Power, do you have a possibility to tweak how they look or how they appear to the customer labels?
Yeah, I mean, well, you've got, because there's two types of approvals, kind of. There's approvals just using the Microsoft Teams hub. And in here, the only customization really we can do is we can change some templates. So in here, I could create a new template, and the template I could choose from here, or I could create one from scratch, which is basically saying, okay, what's your image, what's the title, do you want any kind of, what form do you want? Do you want people to add a comment, add their name, or, and customize it that way? There is the approvals in Office 365, just the Office 365 approvals as well, which you can customize a little bit more if you wanted to change the way it looks, yeah. But the easiest way to do it is just using the templates and approvals and Teams. But yeah, you could change the way it kind of looks and what information you pull as well.
One thing which bothers me is also this activity in Teams. Very often if you get a lot of approvals, it shows the activity still not checked.
Yeah.
And if you check it, or if you approve it in the Outlook, or if you approve it somewhere else, then the activity is still showing that something is pending. I don't know how to manage this.
I'm just trying to see if there's a notification we could turn off. Would be the way. Yeah, oh, we got approvals, so we could maybe, change it from banner and feed to just feed or turn off. There's no way to just have that banner and then not the feed, which is a bit annoying, but yeah, we could turn that off that way. And that will just be, it's just in the activity, not popping up that little purple box. Would be our way around it. Any other questions? No? Oh, no worries. Well, feel free to jump out for your next session. Hope you enjoy the rest of the event, and thanks so much for listening. Have a good day.
Hello everyone, welcome in my session. I'm going to be talking about my favorite subject today, Intune, and a little bit of security. My online moniker is Cloudboy, so if you want to follow me, more on that later. First, a thanks for our sponsors. Without the sponsors, this event wouldn't have been possible, of course. So big thanks to all our sponsors and the gold sponsors. Who am I? I'm Tim Hermie. I'm a modern workplace architect, freelance IT consultant, working at the Collective Consulting. We're a firm specialized in security and endpoint. Microsoft MVP Enterprise Mobility. So my main technical expertise is in Intune and all about security or endpoint security. A few things about myself. I love skateboarding. But I haven't skateboarded in 6 months because I broke my toe 3 times, but it doesn't matter. I love mountain climbing, but haven't done that either in a year, so it doesn't matter. My favorite person in the world is my son. I love that guy. All right. The fundamentals are important. And why? Because it's the base and our foundation for everything. I always start with that when doing projects at customers. What do I mean with the fundamentals? Naming conventions. You have to have order in your profiles, in your Azure AD groups. Very important. I'll go over it, how I do it. What you can see on the screen now are how I build up my naming conventions. So the GBL in the front, that means that this is a profile that will be deployed globally to all devices. The second part, Win, stands for Windows, of course. You also have Android, iOS. The third part, I'll take the top one, Browser. So this will be a configuration profile where we will do some configuring or deploying some settings for the browser. Why is this important for me? Because I really want structure in all my projects. I want to find something easily. And I do that at all my clients, at all my customers. It makes my life easier. Here you can see other examples. So global, I said it's a global setting catalog. It's a global configuration profile. It will be deployed tenant-wide to all devices. Mostly for bigger customers or for enterprises, they're going to have seats in different countries. So I use the country codes. Even if they have different offices in that country, you can also specify them. So you can see AT, Austria, BE, Belgium, BE1, and those profiles will only get deployed to that subset of devices, of course, or to that branch in that location. Right. Naming conventions for groups, also very important. I want structure everywhere. Maybe it's a little bit of OCD, but it helps me in my life. How do I make my naming conventions for my Azure AD groups? I mostly start all my groups with group. MEM, the part behind it, stands for Microsoft Endpoint Manager. So this will be an Azure AD group where some Endpoint Manager devices will be inside. It's a Windows group. And then you see DD, Dynamic Device. You have 4 options here. SD, Static Device. That will be a group that is static, that's not dynamically populated. DD, Dynamic Device. The group will be dynamically populated. And my recommendation for everyone is do the most things dynamically. It will make your life easier. You will have more work in the beginning with setting everything up, bringing structure, but at the end when your projects or when your project is set up, it will all run automatically. More about that later also. These are some examples, but I'm diving more in that later, how I build these groups with building blocks. Another part, Group AAD. This will be an Azure AD group with users inside. The MEM part stands for devices, Microsoft Endpoint Manager. It's all device groups. If I put AAD in it, it will be an Azure AD group with users. You can see a lot of admin groups here because every site or every branch of an enterprise will have its own admin. We won't deploying admins to all subsets of devices because that's totally not secure. So we are scoping that off really strictly. Yeah. Some other examples, group MEM apps. This will be an application group. Inside will be users. You have SU, static user, DU, dynamic user. The same again here. The static user group is one that you have to maintain yourself. You have to put your users inside it. The DU group, dynamic user, will get populated automatically. What are some tips and tricks I can say here? You can see the group M365 apps for business, of apps for enterprise. You can dynamically populate these groups if you use queries that look at the licenses that are assigned to your users. You don't have to have to put extra work in it, maintaining the groups. Project Visio the same. If you assign the license of project to a user, the user will get inside the group and he will get Visio or project deployed. Makes your life easier. Do as much dynamically as you can. Yeah? All right, this is my favorite topic. Bring structure where there is no built-in structure. What do I mean with this? Azure AD is flat. Yeah? Easy peasy. Why is Azure AD flat? If we look at our on-premise environment, our Active Directory on-prem, we have group policy objects, we have groups, there's a lot of structure in there. Yeah? If we look at Azure AD, all our devices are just in one blade. We don't have, okay, we have groups, we don't have group policy objects. It's a little harder. How do I bring structure there? By abusing the group tag. I'm going to explain this as best as I can. You can see on the screen, I have an autopilot device imported there, and the group tag stands there also. This one is a basic structure that I built with all my clients. You can do it as expanded as you want, or as expanded as much as you want. What are the building blocks here? And I'll show this later more in depth. The first place will be A or H as the joint type. Is my device Azure AD joint? Is it hybrid joint? I hope most people are doing Azure AD joint by now. Not a fan of hybrid, but I think everyone knows that. Place 2 is a dash, because we have to separate the building blocks. 3 to 4, ownership of country. So BE stands from Belgium, DE, Germany, FR, France. So devices from Belgium branches will get the BE tag. Devices from the German branches will get the DE tag. Again, a dash to separate the building block. U or A, will the device be provisioned with autopilot as a user on his device or as an admin on his device? Don't deploy admin, please. Only for strict scenarios. Again, a separation. Place 8 is the environment. And you can call this what you want. I mostly call it the development, dev, D, canary, C, or production. Yeah? Do you want to call it pre-prod? Give the beast a name, it doesn't matter. Again, a dash. At place 10, I have L, D, S, or K. Laptop, desktop, shared device, or kiosk. Yeah? And you have a dash, you can build whatever you want. And let me show you this a little bit different. So we have the building blocks here. Yeah? What can you do with this? And this is where the magic happens. So we'll have a group. Let me just there. Let's put it like this. Let me do 2 more, and then I'll explain. All right, we have our building blocks. So what can we do now? They will represent some groups, of course. There. There. So based on the parameter of our group tag, we have dynamic groups. And I'll show you the query, how we query them. What is the magic here? We only have to maintain our group tag on our devices. If we maintain our group tag, everything else will fill up automatically. The deployments, the autopilot profiles, the configuration profiles, the update rings, all will get assigned automatically. So what's the important part? Build a good group text structure with your client, and they can depend, or they can be different per client, of course. What's also, these are groups like you see here, built on the building blocks above, that you can also mix. Yeah? So let me give an example of that. Up. Let me type it like this. All right. What did we do here? We query on BE, and we query on production. So the options here are limitless. Set up a good group text structure, build your dynamic groups, and it will make your life easier, especially for big corporations, big organizations. This is the foundation, together with your naming conventions for everything. Yeah. Let's dive back in the slides. All right. So we have our group text structure, and this is a simple one. We have clients where there are really a lot of characters or building blocks. What are the mostly used things that we put in it? The join type, like I said, the ownership or country, the user type, user or admin, the environment, the device type, but what are also other possibilities? If you have different languages, different keyboard layouts, you can also put them inside. You can provision the language packages within Tune and also make that dynamically. So based on this are all my dynamic groups. As you can see, they're all dynamic. And how is a group built up? And it's an easy query. Yeah? You can use that query for everything. You can see here that I'm querying on the A. So this group will query all Azure AD joint devices. If I put an H on the place of the A, it will be all hybrid joint devices. Another example, all production devices. You can see I will here use dot dash dot dot dash dot dash p. Dot means any character, so it doesn't matter what we set there. We query on the P of production. Yeah? All production devices. If you want to mix, also possible. Let's say I want all Belgian production devices. Dot dash be dash dot dash p. You have all Belgian production devices. Yeah? This is really the foundation for everything. Your group text structure will make your life so much easier. You can scope with it. You can assign your profiles on it, your update rings, but more on that later. Another important part, security baselines. Yeah? We have a lot of project customers that are implementing Intune, that are already looking at enrolling in a SOC or a SIEM, a Sentinel, but they don't have any security baseline on your device. For me, that's a no-go. First step to do, put a solid security baseline on your endpoints. Why? We want to reduce the attack vector on our devices to make the hackers an easy job, a difficult job, doing some stuff on your device. How do I build it up? All right. So how do I build up my profiles or my devices? The first part that we do is build our security baseline. And I know, and let me show you this in the portal immediately. Inside Intune, and everybody knows it here, I think, we have endpoint security. We have security baselines here. Yeah? If you want, you can easily deploy a security baseline for Windows 10, create profile, and you can see all the settings that are in the Microsoft security baseline that Microsoft recommends to deploy to your devices to make them secure. Don't use this. Yeah? Just don't use it. You can use it, but recreate it. Why don't use it? If we deploy this, it will get tattooed in your device. If you want to put it off and you put it on not configured, it will not change anything. So you have to create another profile to disable it or to make exclusions on your devices. So it's not a good option. How do I make my security baselines? I'm I base them on the Microsoft recommendations, of course, but I don't use the built-in ones. I'm going to recreate them with the settings catalog profile, because there we have an on-off switch. Enable, disable, easy peasy. All right. First back to here. So how do I build up my device? First, the security baseline is the most important part. Create a security baseline for Windows 10. Create a security baseline for Office. Create a security baseline for Edge, for Chrome. Everything that's possible, lock down your device. You will always have certain personas in your organization which will have exclusions. That's always, it will always be there. But don't give the exclusions to the whole subset of your devices. Yeah? What do I do next? I fill up with endpoint security, so all features from Microsoft Windows, BitLocker, antivirus profile, attack surface reduction rules. That's what I fill up after it. So at top, my security baseline, next endpoint security, and then I'll create everything with settings catalog. Yeah? Intune, how do I say it, grew very good or very fast last years. So there are a lot of different profiles available to configure your devices. There really are a lot of them. The way to go for me is settings catalog. And if I can't create it with settings catalog, but most settings should be available there already, I fill them up with administrative templates or with a custom profile. Nothing else. Yeah? Let me show you how this looks like in Intune. Let me refresh this. So, if we go to Devices, Windows, Configuration Profiles, and let me just, there. Here you can see my security baselines. If you look at the Windows baseline, it will be this one. Again, my naming conventions come back here. Global, Windows 10, security baseline, OS hardening. If you look here, all my settings will be in here, and they will mostly be aligned with the Microsoft recommendations. But we put an extra layer on top of it with the collective, and I'll be talking about it in a bit. So I recreated this instead of using the built-in endpoint security baseline available in Intune. What's the advantage here? We can block or allow. We can disable or enable. So you can turn it on, turn it off. If you need to make an exclusion, you make another profile, you exclude it, and you put a setting different, and it will work. It will make your life easier than using the built-in ones. As you can see, how many security baselines I'm using. There. Auditing settings also is OS, so there's a part of the Windows security baseline. I have an Edge security baseline, and Microsoft 365 apps, so the Office stack security baseline. And I also have a Chrome security baseline, but it's not in here, I think. How does the M365 apps for security baseline look like? And this is a shitload of settings, so I'm not going to go over them one by one. And this will take some time in developing. Yeah? Most of the time, you will put in this to create a solid security baseline and to test it at your clients. It will be different at every client also. Every client will have different scenarios where you will put other things on enable or disable. But try to make a baseline that you can represent at each client and that you can adjust while doing the project. Yeah? So 4 security baselines: Windows, Office, Edge, Chrome. You can also see here that I have my profiles more than once. Yeah? So that's also something that's very important. I'll be talking about it later also. But why is it important that I have multiple profiles? If I adjust my security baseline, and a security baseline is something that grows. Yeah? Every Windows version, you will have new settings to adjust or to fill up with and to test again. You don't want to test in production. Yeah? Yeah? That's why I have profiles split up in canary development and production. First test in development. If it's all right, we push through to canary. If that's all right, we push through to production. All right. So, security baseline, filling up with endpoint security, AV settings, BitLocker, attack surface reduction rules, filling up with settings catalog, and filling up with administrative templates and custom. Point 3 and 4, if I'm going to customers, and mostly at the bigger organizations, they'll have a whole lot of group policies. Yeah? I don't like migrating them at all. Why? If we just migrate them, and we can do it easily with Intune, there's a tool that we can use, Group Policy Analytics. That's really awesome. You can also click on migrate, it will create a profile for you. But just don't do it. It's time to clean up your group policies. Yeah? We don't want legacy in our modern environment. What are a few things that I'm taking along here in 3 and 4? The productivity baseline for the Office stack. The OneDrive non-folder move, the auto login for Outlook, a few personal settings like sleep settings or whatever you need branded for your organization. If you want to make the security baseline, like I said, you can base yourself on the Microsoft recommendations. You can recreate the one that's built in Intune. You also have the security and compliance toolkit that you can use. But I like to spice it up a little more. Yeah. So these are the 4 baselines that I create. The Windows one, M365 apps, the Edge, and the Chrome. First, I'm going to be basing myself on the Microsoft security baselines, the recommendations. That's the first thing I'm doing. But then I'm putting a little on top. And I'm mostly working with the CIS, or Center for Internet Security baselines. They also have that. How can you use these? I'll show you. If you want to use the CIS benchmarks, you can go for cissecurity.org, and they have benchmarks for everything. Yeah? They have security baselines for everything. You just look for Intune, for example. You can download the benchmark. If I'll click on that button, it will ask me to register. You have 2 options. You can pay $10K a year, I think, or you can register for free. Yeah? If you pay, which I wouldn't recommend doing, you will be able to import them immediately in Intune. You have profiles that you can import. Is it worth it 10K? I'm not so sure. If you register for free, you will be able to download this. Yeah? And this is also where the magic happens. First note, we have 1,200 pages in a document, so it will take a while shifting through it. But how are these baselines build up? CIS has 3 levels, level 1, level 2, level 3. The higher the level, the stricter your settings. Yeah? So start with level 1, that's what I recommend. There is a ton of information in this PDF, I know that. But it also tells you how to create it. Yeah? So it will take a few days to make this, but it's an investment. You'll have to do this one time. You can reuse it for every client and adjust it where it's needed. Also take notice that these documents will change per Windows build. Yeah? So you will have new CIS baselines also. Let me show you an example here. And let me just sift through it faster. There. It will tell you, first of all, what the setting will involve, what you will configure, and it will tell you how to create it. Yeah? So easy, you just follow the guidelines, put all the level 1s in one configuration profile, and test it on your devices. I mostly merge them together with the Microsoft ones, and you will see that some settings will be the same in the Microsoft baseline as in the CIS baseline, right? But this is where the magic happens. If you have a really solid, good security baseline on your devices, the attackers won't be so happy. Yeah. It's your first line of defense. Right. Awesome. The power of the rings. We all love Lord of the Rings, of course. So, what do I do? And what do I mean with the power of the rings? We all know Windows Update rings. Yeah? We don't deploy our updates to the whole organization. We mostly have 3 rings or more, or even 10 rings if you want. But I'll align more than my Windows updates. And what do I mean with this? I'll align my updates, my Edge updates, my Office updates, my third-party patching updates, my endpoint security profiles, and my configuration profiles and my security baseline. So everything will be aligned on my rings, which will give me a really nice trajectory of testing for my updates. Third-party patching also, if you do third-party patching, and I recommend you to do third-party patching, it's really high on the SIS recommendations now. Use a tool to do it, don't do it yourself. Yeah? You have Patch My PC, Scapman, other products. They will come at a license price, so we'll have to pay something for it. But if you do it yourself, it will cost you a lot more in hours. Yeah? So implement that. The power of the rings, align more than just your update rings. Windows updates, your Edge Dev, Edge Canary, Edge Stable Build, Office the same, third-party updates also. Also for Windows updates, don't let the deferral be too high. Don't wait a half year to deploy your new update. Go along with the flow. Fifth part, device naming. It's a discussion I have with a lot of clients when they move to Intune because they can't use numbered devices anymore. Yeah. ICT 001, next one ICT 002. It doesn't work like that anymore. But what's in a name? Yeah? Why is it important to have a strict naming convention for your devices? For me, it's not important. If you're using Intune and you're using the full stack, if an end user calls your help desk, the help desk will look up the end user, he will see the device that's from the end user. You don't have to know a strict device naming for your devices. What do I use here mostly, or what can I recommend here? The year of rolling out. So if you have a life cycle of devices that are changed every 4 years, 2022 dash, and I'll always put a serial percentage behind it. Or the country of the device. If you have a multinational with different countries where they're operating, all devices from Belgium start with BE dash percent serial percent. Why do I put the serial in there? It's really easy. Because I'm lazy. If you go to devices, enroll devices here, we'll have all our devices that are imported for autopilot. If you want to look something up, you'll have to look it up with a serial. So if the serial is in your device name, it's easier. Otherwise, you have to click on your device, click on properties, and you can find it also, but there are 3 clicks too much for me. Yeah. That's one of the main reasons. The last part, also an interesting part. Join type. Yes. Who here is already in full Azure AD joined? Ru, I love you. Yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm a full advocate of it. Say no to hybrid.
Yeah. I love you too. Who's still stuck in the hybrid phase? Okay. Let me explain it first. What is hybrid joint? A hybrid joint device, and it's a bit of a tricky name because your device isn't hybrid joint. It's joined to your on-premises Active Directory. So your on-premises Active Directory is the boss and is the master. And it's synced to Azure AD, and it gets registered in Azure AD. That's what I call a hybrid join. Yeah? It's not double joint. Know that. Then you have Azure AD joined. Your device is only joined in Azure AD. So your device is not in your on-premises Active Directory. It has no object there. Azure AD registered, let's leave that out of scope here. That's for your user-owned devices or bring your own devices. What's the big difference here? Hybrid joined, your on-premises is the boss. Yeah? Your GPOs will rule over your configuration profiles. Azure AD joined, no footprint on-prem. What are the big differences? For hybrid joint devices, everything will work. What's my best practice here? You'll have two phases of configuring. You'll have your GPOs and your configuration profiles in the cloud, and they will clash sometimes. So it's more difficult to configure them in some scenarios. Yeah? What's the only reason to not go Azure AD joined if you still have applications that are working with device authentication? Which in all the years that I'm doing projects now, big and small, I haven't seen any yet. Yeah. I also get a lot of backflow from the network department because, oh yes, we are using a radius with device authentication. It's not going to work. It will work, but just change your setup. Yeah. It shouldn't be a blocker. Azure AD joined. Supported scenarios, because that's also a misconception for a lot of clients. If you roll out Azure AD joint devices, they are not in my Active Directory. So they are not in my on-prem Active Directory. So they won't get access to on-prem resources, which is bullshit. Yeah? You'll get access to everything. Why your user is still in your Active Directory, it will get synced with Azure AD, with Azure AD Connect, so you'll get the token. You can log on to everything. Yeah? File shares, it will work. Client-server applications, it will work. And even if you implement Windows Hello for Business and use the Cloud Trust model, you'll have SSO to your on-prem resources, even though your device is not in your Active Directory. So, move away from hybrid joint. That's what I would give you as advice. How do I do it mostly? If you come to bigger corporations, you can just easily flip the switch and reset 1,000 devices. Look at the life cycle. Devices that are 3 years old that have to be replaced, just leave them be. Roll out new ones, Azure AD joint, because it will give you the flow of going modern. Yeah? The devices that are rolled out a year ago that will still be in service for 3 years or more, reset them, yeah? Or let them, the end user reset it. It's easy. But please go Azure AD joint. Thank you for your attention. I'm a bit early, but if you have questions, just shoot it. Yeah.
I know that you kind of said it, but I'm not here. Why would we use the security baselines from Microsoft? Why would you
Yeah. Okay. I base my security baselines on the Microsoft recommendations, but I don't use the built-in one here. And I'll show you again. It's an endpoint security. Let me just, maybe I went over it too fast. You can see here for this example, and there's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Some you can flip on, flip off, but like this one is yes or not configured.
So there's no, you can't really go further than yes or no?
Yeah. If I deploy it with everything on yes, and I have to make an exclusion for 3 things, or I have to disable 3 things, like say I don't want these 3 things in my baseline anymore, if I just do this, it won't work. Because it's tattooed, so I have to create a new configuration profile. So it will give extra work. There will be a time when these baselines will be backed by settings catalog in the future, I hope. So then we can use them. But for now, I only recommend to recreate them. And also, if you just use these, you just base yourself on the Microsoft recommendations. And I like to go a step further with the sys. and put it in one baseline. Yeah.
The troubleshooting mode not go towards solving baseline problems.
Can you repeat, please?
The troubleshooting mode, there's a new feature coming out where you could actually just temporarily disable baseline and then do your troubleshooting. I didn't know that. Maybe it's still being worked.
All right, any more questions?
So we're creating different tags. Where did you assign those tags to? Was that the autopilot profile?
Yeah. I'll show you. That's a good point. I didn't show that. So my group tags will be on my autopilot object. Yeah? And all my dynamic groups, like I've shown here, will be filled up automatically. But indeed, my autopilot profiles will also rely on this. So if you have a big corporation, and I can show you this here, you will have a lot of deployment profiles. Yeah? You can see here, I have a deployment profile from Belgium, a user profile, an admin profile. Yeah? What can you do? And I'm not sure that if they will be assigned. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they're assigned. Perfect. So you can see this is one way of doing it. This profile needs to be assigned to all Belgian devices who will get deployed as user, non-admin. So I'll just assign them to my dynamic group on all BE devices. So that dynamic group queries on this, all Belgian joint devices, like Belgian devices. And I exclude all my admin devices. Yeah, that's one way of doing. You can also create a dynamic group, like I showed here, based on the two. Yeah. Then you will have all Belgian user devices. Yeah. It will take a while to set this up and to make all the groups. Yeah. If you do the same structure at a lot of clients, you can script it and easily do it. There are also tools, and this is also maybe good to point out, when you create your security baseline, you only have to do it once. Right? You can extract it from tenant A and import it from tenant B. There are tools for that. The same for this. Once you make it, make an export that you can use at other clients. Don't do everything 10 times. Yes? Any more questions?
I really like the idea of splitting that out. That's a good idea. And thank you for giving me 9 minutes about sys development. I hate it. One thing you briefly said for a second was about exporting it and using it in other tenants. Like, how did you actually manage to do that? Because whenever I do it, it doesn't work.
I'll show you.
I know what you were saying. You go back in and done the stream.
There are multiple tools for it. My favorite tool is this one. And I'll show you where you can find it also. Okay. There. Let me log in quickly. And I'll show you where you can find it. It's a tool that still gets developed.
Yeah, I've used other ones, but it's just whenever I try to do the sys one, I think all the strings in it just start out so they don't work properly. What, have you tried this tool? I haven't used this one. This one's fantastic.
This tool is really fantastic, yeah. I can recommend this for... Yeah. So what do I have here? I logged into my tenant. Is it readable? Yeah. So all my profiles will be here. Settings catalog, if I click on it, all my settings catalog profiles, administrative templates, there. If you want to export them, bulk, export, press export. Yeah? It will create a folder structure with everything exported. If you just want your profiles, just choose those that you want. Yeah? I'm just going to click on some stuff, click export. You can log in here in your new tenant, and you can just import it.
Yeah, the issue I've had is with the import, not the export. Because I've import with the sys, what I found with the, those got lots of like stream values and stuff like that. It stars it out when you export it.
Yeah?
So then when it imports it, it doesn't import properly. You get errors.
I didn't have any issues with those yet.
Because this one here, yeah.
Yeah. This is one tool. There is also, let me show you another one. What's it called again? Concierge? This one. This is also one where you can log into, let me just show, but I'm a big fan of the other one. All right. What I did here is I accepted an app from another tenant, so that's not so smart, but let's just forget about it. Here you can also export and import. Yeah? If you use this tool, what I would recommend you to do is go to documentation and self-host your instance. Yeah? So you don't rely on the app that he built. You can build it yourself in your own tenant, give your approvals there, so it will be much more secure. Yeah? And you can just deploy it to Azure here. The other one that I showed you is the Mickey tool. You can find that on GitHub. Yes. It's called Intune Management. Do know that this gets developed actively. So if something is not working, check if there is a new update, because the guy is doing a lot of updates on this. Yeah. What's also nice about this tool, and I didn't show, because that's also a blocker here. If you create your security baselines, or if you have to duplicate profiles for your production canary development rings, yeah. Let's look at the settings catalog one. Let's take my security baseline. If I have my production profile, I can just duplicate it here for settings catalog, yeah, but you can't do it for all the other profiles. Yeah. With the tool from Mickey that I showed you here, you can click on it and duplicate it also. Yeah. So that also makes your life easier. Those are some tips I can give you. Yeah. Some more questions? Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on engine reporting? So give an example. I recently pushed out a configuration profile request to BitLocker and secure boot, and then it's right, it's successful, then the device showing it's not compliant. I go on the device and it's actually encrypted, secure boot's the name.
How are you deploying it to devices or to users?
Sorry?
How are you deploying it to device groups or user groups? Yeah. If you, I think I know what you mean. If you deploy it to device groups, your system account will maybe come in non-compliant or error. Your user account will come in compliant, and it will account for compliant. Yeah? Also, do know if you make compliance policies, and maybe I can show you this real quick. I split my compliance policies also. I don't make one policy where everything is in it. If you can see in my immediate policy, I will require firewall, antivirus, anti-spyware, minimum OS level, maybe. It will kick in immediately. Yeah? Everything is assigned to my dynamic groups built on my structure, and I assign everything at device level. There are only a few exceptions when I assign at user level, mostly it's at device level. But there's no BitLocker in here or secure boot in this policy. And why? I create the second one, and I delay this one. And I delay it mostly with 2 days. Here I say BitLocker, secure boot, and code integrity. And why? Because it sometimes requires a few reboots to report it back. So those two together will have a good compliance policy. Yeah? You give them 2 days to reboot. It will mostly it will work like this. If you assign at device level, you have to know that sometimes your system account, it's a bad example, will come in error. It's normal, but it will account for compliance when your user is compliant. Yeah. I hope that answered your questions. Yeah. Awesome. Any more questions? We still have some time.
Do you find that with all of those additional security groups that you create, that it caused any delay when with the dynamic group membership? Because I seem to remember Scott Duffy from Microsoft suggesting having
Filters.
less security groups.
Of using filters, probably.
Yes, filters,
Yeah, I waited. Okay, there can be some days where there are delays with the dynamic groups. There will be some days where there are delays. But the update mechanism changed not so long ago. So mostly now, the last weeks, I didn't have any issues with it yet. Yeah. But that's the point. I'm a big fan of filters, but I still don't use them. I do use them in certain scenarios, but not for Windows devices. Why? Because they only became available in endpoint security recently, so I couldn't use them tenant-wide, so that's a no-go for me. And I'm still waiting on creating filters based on my group tag. If I can create a filter based on my group tag structure, I will move to filters. But for now, I stick with the dynamic groups, which has its ups and its downs. Yeah. But the update mechanism changed not so recently, so it should be better. And I think there are some changes coming also in the near future for that, for dynamic groups. So.
What's your preferred method for importing devices into Autopilot? Just using the standard get Windows Autopilot, dash online, sort of PowerShell? Because I've started using that more recently, but I found in the last couple of weeks, the addition to the dynamic group takes ages. Like it used to be 2-3 minute job, now it can take 3 hours.
When you import them?
Yeah, when I import them. Just
for the Autopilot profile to be assigned, or?
Yeah, so when you out-of-box experience, fire up PowerShell, run the command, and it basically goes through the process. It'll add it to Autopilot reasonably quickly, and then it goes through the next stage of assigning a group type, which then puts it into the dynamic group.
Yeah, it depends on the dynamic group, how fast it will update. And once it's in a dynamic group, it will depend on how fast the Autopilot profile will be assigned.
So it's the dynamic group bit that's taking long.
Yeah, but did you have a lot of issues last weeks or before that?
Did what, sorry?
Did you have issues the recent weeks or
Yeah, last couple of weeks have been taking a long time.
I think we were issues about 2-3 weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago there were issues.
Yeah, it's been ongoing for us probably 3 or 4 weeks at least. Like before that though, it was taking 10 to 15 minutes.
What I mostly recommend here is work together with a vendor for them to do it for you. So they're already imported before you roll out and give it some time. All right, I'm going to close off. If you have more questions, you can find me hanging around here. And I'm also giving another session at 5 o'clock with my buddy Frank, who will do all the talking then. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay. Hey everybody, welcome to Next Level Power BI with Embedded Power Apps. I hope you had a great session and great conference today. I hope you had nice sessions everywhere. So today, I'm Mats Necker and I want to talk to you about Power BI and Power Apps and how we can bring that together. Before we do that, let's give a huge thanks to our sponsors, because you know these community events, without the sponsors, they wouldn't be possible. We couldn't be here, and so give a big thanks to our Microsoft event sponsor, to HSO, Docs42, PVC, Proximo 3, AIS, and of course all the other sponsors we have in here. Make sure to check them out. In Expo they have a lot of stands there, a lot of great stuff they're bringing. Do check them out because we want to keep these community events going, so we need the sponsors. So say hi to the sponsors, get in interaction, and yeah, let's continue with this. Before we get into content, a few words about myself. I'm Mats Necker. I'm the CTO for the K&K group, for the customer engagement and Power Platform stuff. You might tell by my accent, I'm from Hamburg, Germany. I'm really happy to be here. First time in Scotland. It's awesome so far. I'm nowadays worked over 10 years with Microsoft Biz Apps, which feels like forever. That's why I put the old guy in there. So I started with the ERP, Business Central nowadays. Then I moved over to Dynamics CRM. Nowadays working a lot with Power Platform, but also with Azure. So I like to bring all that kind of stuff together. If you want to get in contact, also during the session, if you have any questions, raise your hand, please ask them. We will do a Q&A at the end. But if you want to get in contact, there's my LinkedIn, my Twitter, or my blog. Please go there. And yeah, with that, I would say, let's start talking about what are we going to do, or why did I call this one Next Level Power BI, which I know might be a bit strong claim, especially coming from somebody who is not a Power BI guy, to be perfectly honest. But so I said, well, I know it better than all the Power BI people because there's Power Apps, and that's awesome. If you bring that together, it will be great. So before we go in there, I want to talk about the Power Platform, because the Power Platform, I think one of the biggest or greatest thing about it is actually that it has these different aspects, and if you bring them together, like there's all these small blocks, make something bigger, and this is basically what we're talking about today. I will talk about, okay, how is this technically possible? So obviously we have these like Power BI Power Apps. How can we bring that together in a supported way? And then most of the session I want to do a demo, kind of show you how it's done, and that's not like black magic getting it together. And then in the end, we will do a Q&A. Okay, with that, Power Platform, different strengths, different aspects of the Power Platform. And probably you have seen this slide all over today and tomorrow. But I think it's a great slide because what it shows, in my opinion, what's really great about it shows a bit these two layers. You know, on the top hand, we have the, I would say, application layer, or the one where the user is interacting with the Power Platform. So we have Power BI for all the analytics we want to do. We have Power Apps for the more classical app development. We have Power Automate for everything automation. We have Power Virtual Agents for everything AI and interactive conversations. And I realized that I had to update this because nowadays what is here with portals is Power Pages. So we actually have a fifth child in there. Microsoft is updating it a lot. But the main point of the slide stands the same because we have this top layer, and below that, and that's the great part, we have kind of like a foundational layer. The foundational layer being we have all the data connectors. We have the AI builder and we have the Dataverse, kind of like holding it all together. And this is actually what helps us, or which makes it easier to connect these different things and embed different parts of the Power Platform into each other. So that's why I'm talking about this a lot, kind of like these layer things. Today, we will talk mostly about how can I get Power BI and Power Apps to work even closer together. I had some discussions yesterday and today with people saying, well, yeah, Microsoft says it's a Power Platform, but isn't it really like two different products, kind of like living next to each other, kind of like complementing each other, but not really like hand in hand? And today we want to show you how we can change that, how we can actually get them to work together. Also a bit about Power Automate, but since the session is only 50 minutes and we will do a lot of demos, we probably won't get there, but I will talk about what's also possible with Power Automate. Maybe to take a bit more of an abstract thing, also because Lego is obviously always a nice thing, a lot of people relate to that. So if you think about the slide before that, and I just mentioned, oh, Power Apps is new there. So basically we have a lot of building blocks, and Microsoft is pretty busy providing us with more of these building blocks. Sometimes it's new things, sometimes it's new features, but we get more and more we can use to bring it together. And it's not just Microsoft. Basically, the whole community, a lot of partners, they all develop stuff based on the Power Platform, and actually a lot of them are actually sharing that. On conferences like these, or partners doing open source, I see a lot of people here in the audience who work with the open source products, for example, and kind of like sharing and building that.
And basically what this is giving us, or giving everyone, is a lot of options you have to build cool solutions. What do I mean with cool? Well, basically in the end, the maker, what Microsoft is often saying. In my opinion, it's a lot of picking the right tools, picking the right building blocks for the challenge you have. So not always pick the ones you know. This, I got a hammer, everything is a nail. That's probably not the best approach. Think about what's really kind of like at the core of the problem my users are having, and what do I want to achieve? Kind of like how can I get them there? And then think about, okay, what building blocks are there? Because a lot of the problems are probably already solved. Or if you can combine different blocks, you get something which is exactly the right fit for the problem you have at the moment. But of course, for that, you need to know the different parts. And this is not easy, and nobody knows it all. I don't know not anybody, no MVP, nobody else who knows all the parts of the Power Platform and all the stuff. That's just not possible. I mean, and it's developing, so don't feel bad if you feel like, oh, well, it's so overwhelming. That's fully okay. You just kind of like get and pick up new stuff every day, basically. With that said, I wanted to talk about the main building blocks today. Of course, first of all, Power BI. As I said, I'm not really coming from Power BI background. So this is Power BI from standpoint of somebody who started with Dynamics and Power Apps. So for me, Power BI is always these interactive visualizations. What does it mean? So basically, to get data in visual, or to visualize data, you need the data in Power BI. So one of the core strengths of Power BI is actually the aggregation of data from different data sources. Power BI is really great at that. Power Query and all that stuff. You can transform data, load data, get it in your data models. Really great stuff, really performant on a high scale. Then you have a lot of different visualizations. Like how do you want to display the data? And you see there in that screenshot, basically, there's a lot of different visual ways. And if you're like me, I'm a pretty visual, learner, or if I see information, it's a lot easier for me if I see it in this kind of visual way than just seeing an Excel sheet. But then again, everybody's different, and there are different use cases. You can also have tables in Power BI. So that's really a great part. You have a lot of different options how you want to visualize your data. And then you have the filtering. This is really how it gets interactive, because I would say back then, reporting was something you printed out, right? 10, 20 years ago, if you want to create a report, there was the report, it was on a page, you printed it out and gave it to your boss saying, this is the report, those are the numbers you wanted. Nowadays with Power BI, you actually have like this very dynamic, interactive thing where you can discover your data, you can explore your data by clicking in it, filtering it, drill down on the data. So really powerful stuff, not just kind of like fixed on one format. What's also really great from a development perspective is the what you see is what you get editor. So while developing Power BI dashboards, you directly see what it looks like. Really great, especially for somebody, as I said, who's not that experienced with Power BI. If something is not working, you directly see it and can start about, okay, what's not working here? Okay, so this is a short overview about Power BI. And then we have Power Apps. And with Power Apps, there's this little asterisk, because as you saw, Power Apps is nowadays also a lot of different things. Today, I will focus on Canvas apps. Canvas apps are these designed apps. What do we mean with designed? It's basically similar to PowerPoint. You start with the design and you drag controls around. You see it here in the screenshot. You can basically create these pixel-perfect apps. You have a complete freedom there. You also have the what you see is what you get editor. So very similar design or development philosophy than Power BI, which also makes this a great pair, I think. And compared to Power BI, which is really strong at reading data, Power Apps can also write back to data sources. Obviously, they can also read data, but they also have write options. They can create data, update data, all that stuff. So this is Power BI, the Canvas stuff. Same for Power Automate. Power Automate, as I said, is the automation. And again, here, Power Automate is growing and growing and growing and growing. Here, I'm talking about the cloud flows. So basically, there's a trigger, then actions happening, and you can define which system, which action should happen. This is, well, not what you see is what you get, because, I mean, it's a workflow, pretty hard to visualize, but it's, I think, a good editor where you see kind of like logical steps and it branches out. So still kind of like maybe not the same as Power BI and Power Apps, what you see is what you get, but it's a graphical editor for that. And again, here you have the same data connectors where you can also read and write data. And you, as you saw with the data connections, I mentioned them for all of these. And this is, if you come back to the first slide, where I said, well, basically, we're in Power Platform, we have these two different layers. So the top layer is kind of like, how do I interact? Which tool do I use to interact? Foundational layer is, what do I interact with? So data connectors, what kind of data do I interact with? And I want this session to show you how you can bring these parts a bit more closer together. So that does not feel like different columns which you can use, but more like one thing you can use to solve a customer challenge. With that, let's talk about what's possible from a technical standpoint. Because obviously, if you were a pro dev, you could before hack something, build something together. They all have APIs, you can all bring them together. That's possible. But nowadays, it's also possible for low-code people. So people who are not coming from pro dev background, who kind of like maybe grow up either in a Canvas app or in the Power BI world, which does not require you to be a programmer, which is a great thing. And the first thing we're talking about is the Power BI Power Apps visual. You see it here in the GIF. They're in the web box. This is basically a Power App within the Power BI report. So you see I have the Power BI report with all my visualizations. And in there, I have basically kind of like my Power App. I know maybe if you're from the web development, the term iframe, kind of like an iframe is basically something within that one's homepage, I kind of like embed another thing. The same is here with the Power Apps. And the great thing here is it is context aware. You might see it. So if you click or filter in the report, the data in the Canvas app is changing. And this is obviously great because, well, it's nice to have a static Power App in there. But, well, is that really useful? Maybe for a few cases. But it really gets useful when the Power App is aware what is happening in my report, and I can then do actions according to that. So in this case here, the user is filtering in the report, and the Power App is showing him information based on the filters he selected in Power BI, without having to do something in both apps. Another great thing here, this is actually an official Microsoft visual. So it's completely supported. This is not something where you hack around and hope that Microsoft is not doing anything and breaks all down. This is completely supported, and this is the way Microsoft says we should integrate these two. We should integrate Power BI, Power Apps in Power BI. And yeah, I've been using it for, I think, over a year now for also different projects. And the cool thing is Microsoft is also improving that. So basically every time I'm holding this session, when I prepare, I see, oh, something else is working better than before. Or, oh, before that I had always to kill my cache at some point. Oh no, it's working now. That's really good. So Microsoft is really working on that, which gives me the confidence to say that I feel like, okay, Microsoft is really working on saying we want to get these closer together. We don't want to keep them as different apps. It should in the end become, well, all one. Probably never going to happen, but it should be very easy to build these into each other. So this is the Power Apps visual, which we will focus most on today. You can do the same with the Power Automate visual. Same story. From the visual standpoint, it's a bit different. You see, you get the button up top in the web box again. So basically, the Power Automate visual is a button you can click on, and this is basically a trigger for a Power Automate flow. It's also an official Microsoft visual, but word of caution, it's still in preview, and it has been for some time, and there are quite some limitations you have to be aware of. But the principle is the same. So also here you get all the context from the report. So if you have filters in your report, click on the button, you can transfer all these filters to your Cloudflow and then do something with that. So for example, you filter your account list and say, click on the button, and the button should do something in ERP for exactly the accounts you had selected in your Power BI report. This is how these things can be used. Okay, let's talk about the concept of bringing this together. Again, you see these two layers, which I mentioned a few times. When we start the approach here, and well, it's a Power BI session. So we start in Power BI first. I get all my data sources, I get the data into Power BI, I probably do some transformations in there, and I do my visualizations. Now I have a proper Power BI dashboard, kind of like the traditional way. Well, the next level way comes after this, but this is how you build usually a Power BI report. The new thing here is with the new visual, you can now actually embed the Power App in there. And not just embed it, but you're giving it the data context. So that we have the data in Power BI, we gave the data context to Power Apps. And now in Power Apps, remember in Power Apps, in the Canvas app, we have complete freedom. So what can we do? For example, we could get extra data from different data sources. Not all kind of data is a good fit for a Power BI dashboard. In the session earlier, we talked about data sources where SharePoint was a data source. And obviously, there's a data source where we have a lot of documents, which might not be the best fit for a Power BI report if I get my binary files in there. But maybe I want to do something. So I could use the Power App to get, for example, files from the selected account from my SharePoint server. I can also now use the Power App to write data back. Because remember, one big limitation of Power BI is I can only read data. Then I can do very interactive stuff, but I cannot write back. So I can use the Canvas app, for example, to have a back channel to my data source. So even if I'm connecting the same data source, I read the data of Power BI, visualize it, and then I use my Canvas app to write specific records back to my data source. And I can just do the same with Flow. And there are two different ways. One, I can trigger the flows from Power App's Canvas app. That is supported by a Canvas app. I can integrate all kinds of flows in my Canvas app. So for example, I could build a Canvas app where I have like 20 buttons in there, each triggering a different cloud flow, and have that in my Power BI report. That's possible, so the data context comes from Power BI, goes to my Power App, and then it goes to my flow. I could also use the preview control and directly trigger the flow from Power BI. Also there. And then again, in my cloud flow, complete freedom. I can talk to all the different data connectors. I can use create updates. I could, read data. I can't really return data at this point. It's in preview. But this is basically the concept and the way I think it works. So basically, the Power BI is my starting point. I get the relevant data in there, and then I use Canvas apps and flows to interact with my data sources or to provide more additional data, which is not being a good fit for my Power BI report. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, because next would be the demo. Yes?
So based on the selections that you make in the Power BI visual data, are you passing the parameters to Power App or in the context? I can see that you mentioned data context.
Yeah.
So are you adding that to the link of Power App or?
I will show that in the demo how it works. That was right? Yeah. But the idea is exactly right. So I'm selecting something in my Power BI report, and I can actually select which of that data do I want to transfer to my Canvas app or flow. So because obviously in a Power BI report you have tons of data if it's a big report, and you can't send all of that to the Canvas app. So it's mostly working on selection, and then selected data fields will be transferred to the Canvas app. Yeah, but good question. I will show that in the demo. Yes?
One question regarding the refresh. If you're writing back to the same data source which Power BI is reading, so is it possible to refresh that to be muted? It's not, right?
Well, it is. It depends. It depends on the type of license and what product we're talking about. So if you talk about Power BI, if you get the standard Power BI Pro license, you either get, if you have a static data set, I think you get 8 refreshes per day, right? If you have premium, I think you get up to 48. And then you could also use Power Automate to trigger a refresh in your data set, but you could also use a direct query data set. Then you would get the updates immediately there. So it depends. Again, it's a good answer for everything. Yeah, it depends.
No, I didn't remember the direct query.
Yeah, I think, for example, with Dataverse, I think a year back, direct query was not working, but I think nowadays it is also working, for example, with Dataverse, which I will use for my demo. So that is actually making things a lot easier. So the Power BI team is very, very good at increasing the capabilities of Power BI, especially also with direct query. Okay, great. Then let's go into the demo. The desk is a bit low, so I have to crouch a bit. This works. Okay, so what I want to do, or the demo, I thought about the use case here. That's maybe something, if you think about it, what we can discuss at the end, what kind of use case you have in mind. So the use case I have here, in which we kind of implemented at a lot of our customers is, as I said, we're coming from Dynamics CRM place. So this is the Dynamics Sales Hub. This is the standard Dynamics CRM app by Microsoft. And imagine I'm a sales manager and have a team of salespeople. They all work here in the Dynamics. They have here accounts, so there are different accounts they want to sell something to. And in Dynamics CRM, the opportunities is one of the main entities. Basically, an opportunity in the sales process is the connection of saying, okay, what do I want to sell? Who do I want to sell it to? Which account? And what do I expect? So how big is the deal? And when do I think the deal will be closed? And this is what my salespeople are doing on a daily business. I, as a sales manager, I'm not necessarily working in a CRM that much. I'm managing. Other people are doing work. But what I want to see is okay, how much do we have in the pipeline? Like, how many deals are there at the moment? How much revenue can I expect? And when can I expect it? And this is a typical Power BI question, like building a Power BI dashboard for the sales manager. So let's start with that. So I go here to Power BI. I already created a workspace for this next level Power BI. I already have a data set in here, the Power BI data set, that's connected to my Dynamics CRM. So I have my accounts, I have my opportunities, my salespeople in there. It's a really simple thing for this presentation. What I want to do now, I want to create a new report to visualize my data. And remember also from the concept, the first step is getting data into the report. And for this, I will select my already created data set. Yes, and now I'm in this what you see is what you get editor. So this is the Power BI editor. And as I said, Power BI works mostly with these visualizations, there are a lot of standard visualizations. You can also get them from the marketplace. So there are a lot of custom ones out there. You could also create your custom ones, which I've never tried, but it's possible. So for example, here's something called a scatter chart. I saw something similar in Dynamics, and I want to have it here as well. And on the right-hand side, you see the data I have available in my data set. So I have accounts and I have opportunities. And here in the middle, for this visual, the scatter chart, I have to define kind of like which properties should display what kind of data. So for example, I want to have the account name. I want to have this here as a legend, kind of like to have a data point, and should say the name of the customer. And on my x-axis, I want to see at which month does the salesperson think it's closing. And I want the estimated value on the y-axis, kind of like to get an overview where are we standing, what can I expect in what month. And to make it a bit more visual, I will also put it here as the size. So the bigger one of these dots is, the bigger is the revenue, and I can see on my chart which is it on. As you see, it's not really good sorted and all that kind of stuff, so this is what a Power BI developer would now do, kind of like make it nicer, all that kind of stuff. For the demo, I will leave it as it is. Okay, I have my very, very simple Power BI report. And now the next thing is I want to get a Power App in here. Why do I want to get a Power App in here? Because I, as a sales manager, I can now look at this report. And I can see, okay, I see which account can I expect what revenue. But now, basically, I want to do managing. So I want to interact with my salespeople. And one thing, I could open up now Dynamics. And I see, okay, here's an opportunity for City Power Light. I could go in here. I could go to accounts, check for City Power Light, and then, for example, find a telephone number or use the timeline basically to create a task, for example, for the salespeople, like, please update this or call the customer, why is nothing happening here? But I have to switch the context. So usually I'm here in my Power BI report. This is the context I'm working in at the moment. But since Power BI is the read-only thing, I can't really use it to interact. And this is where the Power App comes in. So in my demo case, I want to be able to, while I'm in the report, while I'm discovering data, I want to directly assign tasks to my salespeople saying, well, I discovered this and this, or I have a question about that. Could you please get back to me on that? And this is why I want to embed here a Power App. And if you look here at the visualizations, as I said, Microsoft has standards for this. Here's the Power Apps for Power BI visualization and the Power Automate one. We will use the Power Apps one. I add it here. And the nice thing here is actually kind of like describing to you now what you have to do in order to get it to work. It says, first step, select the fields of your data you want to use in your Power App. This is regarding to your question. So what data should be available in the Power App? And also you see I don't have to do some fancy URL customization or stuff. What I have to do, and again here I have my properties of this visualization, and you see one called Power Apps Data, and add data fields here. So for example, I will put the account ID, the city, and the name in here. And now only this data will be available in my Power Apps, but exactly this data will be available. And now, second step, it's asking me, do I want to create a new Canvas app or use an existing one? And if you're working with Dataverse, or, well, if you're working with Canvas app, you're going to create the Canvas app in one environment. And you can actually pick and choose the environment up here. So I'm going to select the D365 demo, because that's the same one where my Dynamics is. And I want to be connected to that. But this was also a question before, saying, can I use this for like test production environments? And yes, you can. Since it's not in preview anymore, you can select which environment you have the Canvas app in there. Okay, it says I picked it and I want to create a new Canvas app. What's now doing, it's loading a new screen, basically starting the Canvas app creation process. Basically similar to if you would go to the Maker portal and say new Canvas app. But there's one very important difference. And you see there's already data in here. And why is data in here? Because we got this control here. the Power BI integration. I don't know, maybe if you've worked with model-driven apps and integrated the Canvas app in there, it works similar, that you get kind of like this integration control. And this integration control, this is basically our link to Power BI. So if I click in here, because it added a gallery automatically, I see the items in this one is the Power BI integration.data. So this is the data which is selected in my Power BI report. And as you can see, I had the filter here on one item at the moment. This is why it's displaying here one record at the moment. And this is also a cool thing I will show you in a moment, because both of these are what you see is what you get. And they're actually linked. So while I'm developing my Power BI report, I get the data in my Power App, kind of like to test it out, which is a really cool thing. One of these things which didn't work a few months back, that Microsoft added this at some point. I didn't know when, but I discovered this while doing the demo again. Okay, so I have my Power BI integration data in here. Let's go into the details here. So if I'm, for those people who are not that familiar with Power Apps, so the gallery in Power Apps is kind of like a repeater. So if I have, for example, an array or data table, I can use the gallery to kind of display repeating controls per item in that data source. And in this case here, I got the separator, I got the next arrow and the title. And if you look at the title, the text saying this item dot account ID. And account ID, remember, this was one of the fields we selected here as a data which should be available. So the assumption would be, if I'm going to change this and press dot, this is showing me all the different options. You see I have exactly the fields I selected in Power BI available here in my Power App. So I want to have the name in here. And maybe let's put also the city in there. Okay, obviously now you can do all the different formatting you would usually do in your Canvas app. One trick before I'm going to save and publish this, if you go to settings, and this tip is valid for every time you want to embed your Canvas app somewhere else, I would also always recommend you go to upcoming features and under experimental, and it says these might change, break, or disappear at any time, which is true, so that might happen. But this one here, optimize embedding appearance, this has been there for over 2 years, I think. And it's always been experimental, but it's working really well. Basically what it does is it gives it a white background, not a gray one. Sometimes if you embed it and it's not directly fitting, you have like these gray bars, which are not really looking nice. If you select this, they are white and nobody sees them. Good thing. Okay, so now I'm going to save this one. Demo one. And basically after saving, I can go back to my Power BI report. The first time I don't have to publish it. And if I go back here, it saw, okay, it was saved. This is also something new. Like a few weeks back, it would display at some point. Now I have to save it first, which I think is just a small thing they will probably fix very fast. So let's save and take a look. And you see now, the Power App is loaded. And now, remember when I was designing, I was only seeing one record. Why was I doing it? Because I had a filter in there. So now if I do some filtering here in my Power BI, you see immediately the data changes in my Power App. And this is the interactive way of Power BI. If I click on something in a visual, it applies a filter. I can also select multiple things in here. And then you see I get the multiple records in there. And the cool thing is, as you can see, this is pretty instantaneously. So it's happening very fast. So you don't have like a loading bar and then you see the new data. Yeah.
Just I don't want to miss something there, but can you free to choose which environment you put that app into? Or app environment?
Oh, when I created the Canvas app, I could select which environment do I want to create it in.
Yeah.
But at this point, the Canvas app is not connected to any data source. So if I look here in my Canvas app, you see I don't have any data source connected here. The data is only coming through this Power BI integration part.
Yeah. So if you went to that environment to find this app,
yeah,
would you see an app with any connection to this dynamics data?
You would see an app, but not connected to the dynamics data, because it is not connected to dynamics data, but it's connected to the Power BI data set. So in this case, it is dynamics data, but let me go back here to edit. For example, in Power BI, I can have multiple data sources in there. Maybe even some data sources which I don't have a supported connector with Power Apps. I can still give that data to my Canvas app. Because if I select it here in my Canvas app, if I can click on it, here we go. If I put it in here, this is at this point the data which is available in the Canvas app, which is, well, an interesting concept because I don't have a data connection in Canvas app now. So I also don't need a Dataverse user because I'm basically using the data which is in the Power BI data set.
Power BI, sorry, Power Apps, you have to give permissions to the app and the data source, but Power BI just will control that, I suppose. So the only permissions you ever give for this solution really is just Power BI permissions. So you sell.
Yes. So basically, you just have to share the app with the users, which are supposed to look at them. But basically, the same data I have access to in Power BI, I would also have access then in the Canvas app.
So we have to share this new app to the users as well? Then?
Yes. Yeah, otherwise they will get the error. Yeah. And also important question for licensing, they also need a Power App license, which is appropriate to whatever the Canvas app is doing. So if they don't have a license, they will just get an error message, you are not licensed to open this. Here, the nice thing for licensing, because at this point, the Canvas app is not using a premium connector. Right? That's we will in a step, but I don't want to get too deep into licensing.
If you don't have the data with a license, if you share the Power BI, then you can see the data that you cannot access.
From a technical standpoint, yes. Okay. I think at 5 o'clock today, I think Cookie and Chris Huntingford are doing a session about multiplexing for licensing, which I think this would be a case. So if you would use this kind of like to provide your Dynamics Dataverse data to people who don't have a license for that, that would be a case of multiplexing. Multiplexing is a term in the licensing guide by Microsoft saying, well, if you find a technical workaround to not buy a license, that's not allowed.
But it's a good thing.
Well, yeah. And it doesn't, as I said, it doesn't have to be dynamic.
In that situation, you then have to have separate PBIX files for each environment.
Yes. Yeah, correct. Because the Canvas app ID is in the PBX file, so that's pointing to one Canvas app, which then again is in one environment. Yeah.
Two things. Is the event Canvas app aware of measures? Would you put a measure into the Canvas app and have that displayed in the list, eventually patch it back to?
Yeah, you can actually. Because that's, again, because it's not directly connected to a data source, but kind of like a data field, so to say, in Power BI. And that could be a calculated one or a measure one, yeah.
The second question is, I suppose with UX, which is, if you hand on that gallery to have it color coded, so the color match the graphic, you get the color in, or would you have to actually define the color in the data source and then get the graphic?
Yeah. You mean, for example, this one is blue, and kind of like I want the background here to be blue as well. Yeah, I can't access the color of there, so I would need to find another way of getting that.
Find the color in the data source and then.
Yeah, that might be a way, yeah.
Sorry, so
Yeah.
data connection part of it, and so traditionally you're with Power BI reporting, publishing to the Power BI service, and you would have some scheduled refresh of the data. So that means that the scheduled refresh of the data that you're seeing, the Power BI bit of it, will not, so if you were running Power BI on your phone,
Yeah.
they would not be agreeing based on the scheduled refresh.
Yes. So basically, yeah, again, yes, 100% correct with the refresh. You get the data depending on what kind of Power BI license you have or how the refresh there works, but that's basically the same data then you also have in the Canvas app, no matter if you open it on a phone or desktop. Let me close this one really quick because I want to show you one more. So now we have it in here. I'm in edit mode of the Power BI report again. But obviously, was just to showing you, okay, it works. Now let's do something more useful. If you go on the 3 dots here, you can go on Edit, and this is actually taking you back to the Power Apps to edit it again. And I would always use this way. You could also go to make.powerapps, open your Canvas app the classical way, and start editing it. Why you should do this one is because now you have the live connection again. So if I filter in my Power BI report while designing that, I see the results here directly. So I'm here, I'll go back to my report, and you see I selected AdventureWorks. So let's select 2 more. I go back to the editor, and they are here, which is a really powerful thing, because what you see is what you get is great because it works directly with data. And obviously this one is really dependent on the connection, the data context. And as I said, a few months back, Microsoft edited this or made it very stable. So now it works almost all the time. Well, okay. One thing I found when you design the Canvas app, this is more like a conceptual or design question you have to ask yourself. Do I want to design my Canvas app to be able to have multiple records in here? Or do I want to focus on one? What do I mean with that? If I go here, I might be, okay, I click on it and I want to see the details for this one account. Or is the user actually doing something like this and I want to do something aggregated of that? It's really different use cases. And in Canvas app, you have to think about how to design that one. So for my use case, I want to train my user, okay, you click on one and you get the details for this one record. If you click on multiple, you will get the first one, but not multiple. But that's something you can design in your app, but you should think about that at the beginning, because those are like really fundamental design questions in your Canvas app, which will change a lot in there. So it's better to decide at the beginning than later on recreating everything. So in my case, what I want to do here, for example, because I only have the city and name in here, yeah, but maybe I want to be able to call the client really quickly. So what I want to have in here is the telephone number and the homepage and maybe the logo, kind of like just to have a more visual thing, which are not usually data I would put in a Power BI report. Why would I do that? I don't want to report on any telephone numbers. But maybe it could also be for data privacy or data security reasons, why you not have all information maybe in Power BI report, but kind of like use the Canvas app to have a specific action there, or specific type of how you access the data. How I'm going to do that is I'm going to data sources. And remember, at this point, we don't have any connections in the Canvas app itself. But now I'm going to add the connection here. And I'm going to add a connection to the Dataverse. So basically, what I want to do this is I now want to query the Dataverse to say, give me additional data which is in Dataverse, but not in Power BI. And now I would definitely have a premium connection here, wouldn't need a license for the Canvas app. Okay, I have the accounts in here. And if I go back to my gallery, so at this point, I don't want to display the whole data in here. What I want to display is, I want to filter my accounts, which I just added, the data source. And again, this could be now any other data source as well. And I want to filter that on, before I type it all, let me quickly copy this. So what I'm going to do is, remember, because I only want to display one account here. So I'm going to do a lookup, which is basically telling, okay, ask the data source, the account data source. And what filter do I want to do? I want to filter on the account, which is the primary key field in Dataverse, which is a GUID. And the GUID, I want to use the account ID here. I just have to put this GUID in there because in Power BI doesn't know about the GUID. There it's just a string. So, but I'm using this identifier, making this a GUID, and using this as a filter. And what I can do then, if I go now in here, this item, you remember before we had the account ID, the name, and the city. If I now press the dot, you see I have a lot more fields, and these are all the fields which are in Dataverse. And now I can access them. Obviously, I mean, I could get again the city, which would be a boring example, but let's start with that. I have the name already in here. Awesome. From the design perspective, what I'm doing now is I'm basically misusing the gallery a bit. Basically, I'm using this because I like to work with this item. So I'm just saying, okay, the gallery, basically the whole screen is the template size of 1 for the gallery. Let's remove the separator. That looks strange. Okay, so now I have this one in here. And as I said, I want to have the communication fields as well in here. So let's use this one. And let's also do it a bit with design by using emojis. So, to display what I'm here, I have put this one in here. And I want to have now the main phone number. And again, the main phone is information which is not in Power BI. So this is basically the only way for me to access this here in the Canvas app. Maybe let's also do the website. And basically what I'm doing here now, this is, I would say, now standard Canvas app development, right? Basically what I needed was the ID from Power BI, and now I use this ID to query different data sources, get the data in there, display it how I would use normally in a data source. And the cool thing is that it doesn't just work because Dataverse, it's an awesome data source. It does not only have data in there like strings or numbers, it also has images. So I want to make it a bit more visual. I have to be careful to add it to my gallery. Why I'm deleting it again? Because I need it to be in here, because I want to use my, yes. And you see by default it selected the default image of my account, the one I have up here. So I can also put this one in here. Make it a bit smaller. Okay, let's do a quick check. I'm going to save and publish. Remember, the Canvas app always publish, so if you just save, you won't see the changes in your Power BI report. And now, as I said, sometimes, this is probably something Microsoft is working on, it picks up the changes directly. More often than not, you just have to save your report again and open it again up. Usually this works already. This is still the old one. If it's not working, try opening it again. And, well, let me wait if it's working now. Because, as I said, like when this was just published, the feature, sometimes you really had to delete all the browser cache, so it would pick up the new published version. Nowadays, it is more stable, although at the moment it's not loading anything. Oh, good catch. Thanks, man. Most of the time, the arrow is standing in front of the computer. Okay, now you see I have it here, and at the moment I don't have any filter in here, so it's just displaying the first one, right? That's what it told the Canvas app to do, just pick the one. But what I want my user to, I click on something, and then you see it changes here. And also here, the performance also with Dataverse is pretty quick, kind of like to get data in from external data sources, that works really well, and kind of like there's not a loading screen in there again. Okay, let's do more steps. Again, I would recommend to close this one and use this edit button here again. The next step, as I said, I want to see what's happening, kind of like what to-dos are open or what's the history at the client. And in Dynamics, we use the timeline for that. So here in the timeline, you have all the different tasks that sales people did create. And I want to display them in here. I want to use this as an example for getting data in there, which is not in the data set at all. So task we don't have in our Power BI data set. We only have that in Dataverse. So let's go quickly in here. Let's put a header in here. Task. Yeah. Oh, the best shortcut in Windows, if you press the Windows key and dot, it opens up the emoji keyboard. Very useful. Oh, it does in every text field wherever you want to use it. I like to use it because it easily gives you a bit of visual thing in your, without adding pictures. It's a yeah, if you take anything from my session, please take this one. Because that can be applied in all the different situations, not just Power BI and Power Apps. Okay, what I'm adding here, I now have a gallery within a gallery, so a nested gallery. Because what do I want to do? I want to display all the tasks which are connected to my account. And again, because Power App is, Dataverse is an awesome data source, what I can do with this item, I can not only connect to fields, but also to relationships, to connected data. So if I go in here, I see there is a connection to a task. And if I put this one in, now I'm connected to the task, all the related tasks of that account. Let's put a text label in here. And now if I'm saying this item, this is actually connected to not the account anymore, but my the task. So, and this is also where the live connection comes in, because apparently I picked an account which does not have any task. So I can go here and say, well, let's select another one. If we go back here, you see City Power Light is selected, and immediately I see, oh well, there are tasks, it is working. So let's quickly see, we don't have a lot of time, so I will just leave it at this. Directly jump to the next part, because I said the great thing is that we can actually create something and write something back. Obviously we want to do that. So let's do this, and I put in a delegate thing. Remember, I'm the manager, I want to assign stuff to people. So I'm putting in here text input. This one is kind of like where I want to create basically a new task. Let's check. It's already added the task as a data source here. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a button. And do stuff. And what I want to do is I want to create a new record in the data source. So with that, or I can do that in Canvas apps by using the patch command. I want to create a new task. A new task, then you put in these defaults that says basically use all the default values for all the fields. And then I can select which fields do I want to fill. First of all, the regarding field. This is how the task is connected to an account. Or is it not? Regarding, there we go. Regarding this item, I want to connect it to the account. So I'm going to go here. What do I want to have? I want to have a subject as well. The subject is my text box I have there. Text input 1, text. And obviously you can do a lot more. In this case, I just want to add again. There was a question about refreshes. So if I have data which is displayed in my Canvas app, I can also use the standard refresh data sources. So I'm writing something back to Dataverse, and I want to refresh the account so that it will be displayed in my task immediately. Okay, let's quickly save and test it out. I see, no, it did load something, but it's apparently still the old version. So again, I'm going to save it, and I'm going to open it again. And as I said, most of it, no, not again. Still the old version. One thing I would recommend is, here we go. So now I select something here. Let's maybe select something where we don't have a lot of tasks. Call client. Do stuff. It gets added here, and if I now go to Dynamics and I open up, which one was it? My Alpine Ski House. You see, it wrote a new task to my Dataverse, and this is where the salespeople would pick it up and do that. So obviously you would build in a lot more logic to your data, to the Canvas app. But I hope, looking at time, 2 more minutes, that I could show you what you can do with this. So you have your Power BI report, and then you basically share data from the report with a Canvas app. You don't need any data connection there, but you can use that data to connect to all different data sources, write back, get additional info. Yes?
So I've got a question. So when you integrate the product within the report, so I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but it seemed that the product was a mobile one.
Yes.
My question is, more often when you do this report, you kind of, move data around and stuff. So is the responsiveness supposed to be?
So as you can see here, it will always be created as a phone app. So kind of like in this. You can do a bit with the sizing, but not a whole lot, because it had not this custom format in there. Basically, it gets the size by if you resize it in a Power BI report. So it will fill out the whole thing you have in the Power BI. So for example, if you only need, I want to have only like a quarter of this, you would make the Canvas app visual in here smaller, and this would be the size for the Canvas app. You don't control the size inside the Canvas app, but you control it here in the Power BI, basically saying this is the space you get, and the Canvas app is picking that up. Okay, I think we're out of time. Yes. But if you have any questions, please come to me later, talk to me. I will be here this evening, tomorrow. And yeah, I hope you got something from there. The emoji keyboard, obviously, but maybe also the connection, the idea. It's actually not that hard to connect the different parts. I think the hardest part is thinking about when to do this, kind of like what use cases, where it makes sense, and then get into that. But yeah, I would hope you try it out. And if you have any cool ideas, please always give them to me, because I feel like this has a huge potential. So I'm of course, looking for use cases there. Thank you all.
quite disconcerting, you know. It's like, yeah, I'm live. Oh, blimey, I'm live. Hello, Glasgow. Hello, the world. Sorry. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my session. Why we need to put accessibility first. I don't know why I'm looking up there because I can see here. My name's Mike Hartley. I work for a company called Agilicis, Microsoft partner. And if you've been around the Microsoft community, you will probably know me as Heart of the Midlands, personal brand, and all that jazz. And it's kind of what I do a lot of the community stuff under, because sometimes companies don't necessarily want to associate with what I say. But hey, Agilicis this time do, which is awesome. So, got to start. You'll have heard this countless times today, I'm sure, but you'll hear it even more. Massive thanks to our event sponsor, Microsoft, and to our platinum sponsors, HSO, Proximo 3, Docs 42, PwC, and AIS. Because, seriously, you'll have heard this, I know, and you'll think, I know what he's going to say, but genuinely, this event cannot happen without these sponsors. And then we have our other sponsors as well. And I will call out, because this is about accessibility, Tisky for sponsoring the accessibility and the accessibility hack, because it's kind of my thing, that's kind of what I'm passionate about, and that's really, really why I'm here. And of course, massive thanks to Agilicis. They've allowed me to come here, they've sent me here, and seriously, check us out, come talk to me. There's actually several members of Agilicis floating around, which is awesome. Might have scared them into coming, who knows? Probably scared them to run away, but who am I? Mike Hartley, Heart of the Midlands, as I say. 30 years-ish, kind of in the IT industry, using Dynamics CRM since version 3. My story is that I actually taught myself CRM 3, built some integrations with a predecessor to Fitbit. They stole our IP, but hey, I'm not bitter. And the night before we were due to go live, I found out CRM 4 was coming out. And we were actually kind of doing cloud before it was cloud, so we actually had a hosted server. I spent that night teaching myself CRM 4 and reconfiguring everything from CRM 3 to CRM 4. We went live 9 o'clock the next morning without a single bug. Thank you. I think that was awesome. Yes. I love it when the audience plays. Please, by the way, incidentally, feel free to heckle. I should say this. Feel free to heckle, because I react to that. And if you've got any questions or anything, just yell them out. I will answer questions, because I'd rather provide interactive feedback to the things that you've got questions about, as long as it's accessibility. I'm passionate about mental health and accessibility. Bizarrely, I've talked about mental health for many years. I've talked about accessibility now for about 2.5. I only recently found out, literally in the last kind of month, that mental health is a disability. That revelation actually shook my world, literally. This is me being vulnerable now, because I'm wearing an additional lanyard today. It's green lanyard with sunflowers on it, and I have a badge that says Hidden Disabilities. I wore it for the first time ever yesterday at the Accessibility Hackathon. And I said then, all I want to do is rip this badge off. I don't want to be wearing this lanyard. I have spent today kind of hiding it and wanting to rip it off. Because for all of my talk about accessibility, for all of my talk about mental health having stigma, I will shout from the rooftops, as many people know, that I have mental health. I am screwed up massively when it comes to mental health, okay? I will tell people that, and I will tell people it's okay to not be okay. It's normal, whatever normal is. What I hadn't realised is I've got a degenerative spine. Actually, I'm kind of spoiler alert for later on, but hey, I've got a degenerative spine condition. I've had major surgery in my neck. 2 years ago, I got rushed into hospital because, bizarrely, it had jumped the whole of my spine to my lower spine. When I had my neck operated on, there was a 30% chance I would come out of surgery a quadriplegic. 3 in 10 chance. My spinal cord is still compressed 50%. I have permanent nerve damage and lots of issues. Well, I have lots of issues anyway, as people who work with me know. When I went into hospital 2 years ago for my lower back, I was 1 millimetre away from losing the use of everything from the waist down because of what had happened in my lower back. My wife and I, and my kids, which actually it's the kids that hurts me most, we live in the knowledge that I could literally tomorrow end up in a wheelchair. It could happen any day. There's a strong likelihood that that could happen. So kind of accessibility is a big thing. But up until late last year, I never ever said I was disabled. I have permanent nerve damage, I have fine motor control issues, I have issues walking, I have issues standing, I have pain issues. I have been offered a blue badge by the doctors and I've turned them down. I have never ever said I was disabled. And then one day, late last year, November, December, I sat in my home office, my wonderful geek space that is my lovely environment, and I sat there and I'm disabled. I cried my eyes out because that realisation, I didn't want that statement in my life. And I kind of realised, hold on, there's a stigma to saying you're disabled. I can say I've got mental health, and there's no need for a stigma here. But on this side of me, I'm saying I can't admit to being disabled because I've got a stigma in my own mind. I'm worried about what that says. I will stand up to employers about mental health and say, no, we need to support them. But I'm not willing to stand up at employers and say, I have a disability. I'm not registered disabled. And that realisation was earth-shattering for me. It was devastating. It still is. So me wearing this is actually really quite frightening for me. But anyway, that's kind of jumping ahead on my talk, so I'm going to jump around, but hey, it's kind of important for me to clear it up. That QR code, I'll put it up at the end. You can scan that. You can find my links. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever. If you want my number to WhatsApp me, just come and talk to me at the end. We can talk. I am more than happy to talk to people. I love connecting with people. So, yeah, it'll be up at the end. So, coming up, what have we got? He says, looking at the time and going, I've already gone 10 minutes in. Way. We have got what? We have got why. We have got when. And we have got how. There you go. That's really teasing you. I will apologise. I'm afraid there's no Lego. I did kind of hint that there would be Lego. I tried to make it work, but funnily enough, I sat in my hotel room last night trying to make this Lego model work, and I realised that me doing it would have been so inaccessible because none of you would have actually seen what I was trying to describe and build. It was like, I'm delivering a talk on accessibility and I'd be doing the most inaccessible thing possible. So, there we go. What is disability? Some of this you will have heard in the keynote this morning, and some of the stats I will give will be slightly different, but that's because there's lots of different sources and there's lots of different ways of measuring things. But what Connell said and what I said, you will see there's a lot of things that tie up. So I may kind of rush through some of my stuff just because he said it, and let's be honest, having a deaf guy signing in a keynote. Oh my word, that was just, I nearly had to leave the room. Yeah, exactly. For me, that was just the pinnacle of proof about accessibility and how inclusive we should be. A deaf guy who's not speaking, giving a keynote at the biggest free Microsoft community conference in the world. Blows my mind. There's lots of disabilities. You've got your physical. A lot of people, when you say disability, still think wheelchair. You've got your sensory disabilities, your visual, your verbal, your auditory. You've got your cognitive disabilities, the head. And yes, the mental health is in there. So there's kind of lots of categorisations of disability. And then you go, well, hold on, what's accessibility? Dictionary definition is it's the ability to access and benefit from a system or entity. I really hate that dictionary definition because it's so waffly. But basically, accessibility is meaning let's make whatever we're doing usable or accessible by the biggest group of people possible. I'm not saying everybody, because you cannot make something accessible for everybody. It's impossible. There's no single accessibility that will fit the whole thing, because we're all different. What you do for one person can exclude another. It's about working things out. So, when we think about physical, accessibility can mean things like ease of access and accommodation for disabilities. You think about the ramps. Think about doors. I went to an Odeon cinema to watch Top Gun Maverick. Go and see it if you're not. It was newly refurbed during COVID. We went there because it was the best screen we'd got nearby and I could get the best seats possible with the best sound. There was a guy in a wheelchair, and honestly, he had got the most wicked sense of humour going. My wife listened to him, and she was just like, I can't believe what he's saying because it's the most politically incorrect way of talking. Because his wife was teasing him with the popcorn and dragging it away. And he's like, oi, don't tease the cripple. And my wife was like, some people are happy with that word, some aren't. It's different. Just don't use the word unless you've got permission to use the word. And they went to the doors. And we all know how heavy the cinema doors are. I mean, come on, they weigh a ton, those things. And we opened one door, and I watched him approach, and I thought, he's not going to get through that door. We need to open the other door. So one of my lads opened the other door because he'd also seen what was about to happen and opened the other door. And his wife just said, thank you. People don't realise I can't actually let my husband into this room on my own. Seriously, you've just refitted this cinema and it's not accessible. What's going on there? So, you've got your physical disability and accessibility. You've got intellectual. So, think about use of language. Think about explanations and descriptions and jargon busting. We're at a Microsoft conference, but not everybody here is level 400. There are people that are level 50 who have never touched anything. And I learnt that yesterday when we had 4 university students at the hackathon who'd come along for a bit of fun and never touched the Power Platform. And they came to a hackathon. Oh boy, I had to expose them to licensing. Oh dear. So, jargon busting. Think about the language we use. It's not always easy for people to get. You've got your electronic accessibility. Think about your user experience design. How easily does it flow? How easily does it navigate? And the colours and images. Think about how accessible they are. Think about how they will work for people with different colour vision deficiencies, which I only learnt that term this year is the actual correct term for colour blindness, because it's not blindness, it's just a vision deficiency. And I heard somebody say something to me that I've always thought myself in my head and thought I was weird for thinking it. None of us knows whether what I see as blue is the same as what you see blue as. To you, blue might be what I think is pink, and it's just like, whoa, hold on, that messes with my head. But it's colour vision deficiency. I remember a project manager at one company I had. They were told to do project reports with no labels on the charts and only use red, amber and green to show project status. He had your more common deficiency of red-green. He could not read the project reports. The only time the company changed their mind was when he threatened to take them to a disability tribunal. I mean, seriously, most of us have heard of red-green. You might not have heard blue-yellow or some of the other ones. And then you've got your sensory accessibility. And yes, these are my terms and they do spell pies if you look at it, but hey, it's kind of me. Are things accessible and understandable in lots of ways? And I've just actually realised I am so sorry. Let me do this because I forgot to do this. This is me panicking. I always try and put the captions on. So apologies. I don't get things perfect. None of us do. But I am going to demo some stuff. Why do we need accessibility? And this is where some of the numbers are going to slightly differ, but as I say, different sources. I can give you all the sources, but we can all quote sources. 20% of working age adults in the UK have a registered disability. 1 in 5 people of working age in the UK have a registered disability. And I'm using the word registered very, very prominently. I said at the beginning that I'm disabled because I could be. But I've not let my doctor register me as disabled. So I'm not one of those 1 in 20. Or 1 in 5 rather. I'm not one of those 1 in 5. People you're working next to when you are in offices, which I know is a kind of strange concept for us these days, you don't know what they're working with, what they're thinking, how they're working with. They might have yellow filters, they might have headphones on because they're listening to text, to speech, of what they're watching or what they're reading on the screen. They might have screen readers on. Quite often you don't know. Globally, there are 1 billion people registered disabled. Communist countries like China, North Korea and that, they don't release those statistics. So that number will be a lot higher. That's just the ones we kind of know about. I need to correct this because Connell mentioned this morning about 80%. Admittedly, the source I've used is quite a few years out of date. Hidden disabilities. I mean, if you looked at me, you wouldn't necessarily know. Once you got to know me, you would, because I'd tell you, but hey, if I want to, a lot of the time I can actually blag it and hide it, as long as it's not for a long duration and you won't realise. There's a high number of people who are hiding what they're really going through. And 1 in 4 people will experience mental health issues at some point in their life. Now, that number did shoot up during COVID to 1 in 2. This is kind of a lifetime statistic. For some people, that mental health is temporary. It's a season, it's a combination of a lot of things that have triggered something. They go through a period, it might be a month, it might be 3 months, 6 months, a year, and then they can come out the other side. For some people, like me, it's lifetime. And we learn coping mechanisms and ways of doing things. I disappeared this afternoon just after lunch because I needed to go to my hotel room to kind of de-stimulate myself. The hidden disabilities I've kind of already covered, and I won't go over that, but that's because I've already kind of mentioned about my spine and what have you. And yeah, you just don't know what people are dealing with. So, when should we be thinking about accessibility? I promise you this isn't all PowerPoint. There is a demo, hopefully, if the demo god's kind. Well, actually, several. A Malaysian proverb, prepare the umbrella before it rains. I love that. I found that and I just thought, oh yes. Malcolm X, the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. Listened to Donna Sakar giving a talk at the beginning of the hack yesterday, and she said that to fix an accessibility one issue, after you've done it, costs $10,000. To build it in at the beginning costs $100, and that's just one issue. There's never just one issue. So when? Ask yourself, the stuff that we build, the stuff that we do, how much work would be required to go in and retrofit accessibility into what we've done? We've built Canvas apps, we've built Power Apps, the colours aren't accessible. We've built 20 of them. We now need to go through and revamp the whole lot. All the controls, all the components. Power BI reports, all that stuff. That's just colour. Have we made our apps so you can use them with keyboard navigation? Oh no, it doesn't work. Do they work with screen readers? Oh no, we've named all of our controls and everything in such a way that it just sounds complete junk to a screen reader. So ask yourself, how much work would it be required to do that after the fact? And then ask yourself if the project, the budget, the client or the company would allow the time and cost to do that retrofit. And I think we all know what the answer to that one would be. Upfront thinking. A lot of people say, well, accessibility costs. No, it doesn't. It doesn't cost anything to build accessibility into what we do. It requires planning, yes, but we can use standard tools and we have to learn new habits. But we've just spent 2 years learning new habits. And those new habits have become our new normal. So we can learn new habits. Bizarrely, for me, a lot of the accessibility stuff in terms of naming things like components is taking me back to the days of coding in Delphi and Turbo Pascal and Visual Basic. Because it's the way I used to name things and how I used to name them. It's like, whoa, history repeats. Time is often an excuse. We can't do it, we haven't got time. Now, I'll be honest, there is some initial impact on time because people don't learn new habits overnight. And you kind of have to catch yourself to think, hold on, I need to remember to do this. But I'll tell you a story about that in a minute. Once you've got into those new habits, they're habits. So there's no major impact long term. There is a minimal impact because you do have to do a few extra things. $100, $10,000. It's that. It's new habits. Complexity. Oh, we can't build accessibility. It's too complex. No, rubbish. No, I do not accept that as an excuse at all. It just means we've got to think differently. We've got to think in a different way. We have. We've got to just change that outlook. I saw that yesterday in the accessibility hack. This was people who'd not thought about accessibility before. And you watch them work. And they started off working one way. And we kind of went round and talked to them. And it was like, oh, right. And you just watched that just shifting of perspective, that shifting of the lens. And it was a light bulb moment for those people. There's a lot, you can look at it and go, it's massive area, but start with small changes. Just start small. And yeah, I'm going to show you a really small change. And it's about progress over perfection. We're never going to be perfect. But then again, we never build anything perfect for any clients anyway, let's be honest. So, I mean, come on. Compliance. Government websites have to be accessible. It's an issue that Agilicis, we deal with local government, so websites have to be accessible for the local government. I joined Agilicis in November, and people found out, and I started getting messages going, how can we make this more accessible? How can we make this work? It's like, cool, brilliant, I'm loving this conversation. This is awesome. Legal implications are likely to spread to other businesses. Those laws at government level are likely to be rolling out to business level. And then they are likely to start to roll out to personal level, in that there will be exceedingly strong recommendations that if you're doing any professional blogging or anything, you really should be making it accessible, and if you don't, then your search results may get deprioritized. And obviously, if you get your compliance wrong, it costs money because you get fined and you then have to retrofit accessibility. And the last 2 years, the world has become almost nationless. Sadly, this year we've kind of been witness to nation reality, but the last 2 years our world has become a blob of just people and connections. I mean, it's been bizarre when I've talked to my wife and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just talking to them, and she's like, oh, where are they from? I'm like, oh yeah, wait, they're Sri Lanka. Right, if you'd have told me 5 years ago I was talking to somebody from Sri Lanka or Latin America or North America or Australia, I'd have thought you were bonkers. No way. The User Experience Collective, UX Collective, they have a website. They say accessibility should not be considered a barrier. Designing with all people in mind doesn't hold you back, but rather forces you to make the experience better for everyone. Accessible design doesn't mean bad design, it just means better design. It's the curb cut effect. The drops in the curb, they were put in for wheelchairs. How many of us have benefited from those when we're pushing a pushchair, or a shopping trolley, or reversing our car up our drive, and you reversing a car up a drive when you've got a high curb and you're just like, have I got too many revs? Oh, bump, there goes the back of my car. 80% of people who use closed captions are not deaf. 80% of people who use subtitles are not deaf. We always think that as being it's a deaf people. They're not. My eldest son, 20, he's a stubborn so-and-so. Gets it from from me, if I'm honest. He's got dyslexia, but he wouldn't accept any help. He's taught himself a way around his dyslexia by reading Japanese and Korean manga and watching anime, Japanese anime and Korean animation, in the original languages with the subtitles. He can't stand watching dubbed ones. He has to watch the original languages. And he watches them at full speed. I couldn't believe it when he told me about that. Because he started in his teenage years, locked himself in his room, and who knows what, well, you don't want to know. So, but you think, you go into a crowded bar, you've got something on the TV. You can't hear it, you want the subtitles so you know what they're saying. People in gyms, I wouldn't know about that as you can tell, but people in gyms, the screens have subtitles on because when they're doing whatever they do, they're making noise and they can't hear. So I ain't got a clue, I don't do that. Bedrooms, late at night, other half's trying to sleep, you want to watch a TV programme, subtitles, yeah, I do that. And yeah, Wikipedia, just saying what I've said. I'm kind of rushing on. Small beginnings. I started by capitalising the first letter of each word in a hashtag, because I was told that that was so inaccessible for screen readers, because screen readers cannot tell the words apart when they are all lowercase. And yes, you can see a very clear example of it, and certain people in this room are laughing at what they're actually reading. It is the perfect example of it, to be honest, because it's quite an embarrassing example. So, yeah. Hashtag free pen is awesome. Capitalise it, please. It makes it easier for people with dyslexia to read. Long hashtags. I mean, seriously, how many times have you looked at a long hashtag and gone, I ain't got no idea what that says? People without dyslexia need those capital letters in it, and people using screen readers need those capital letters in it. It's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win. There's the Office Accessibility Checker. That thing is going leaps and bounds. Microsoft are investing huge amounts of money in it. This slide deck was built from the ground up to be completely accessible. And I used the accessibility checker to design it, along with the colour contrast checkers and what have you. And then try out accessibility tools that exist. Windows has a ton of them. I'm going to demo some in a minute, hopefully. I'm running the bleeding edge of Windows 11. It had an update last night, but I wanted to because there are some features that are only available in the bleeding edge at the moment, but they're going to become mainstream. They are. And so, there we go. Hey, I'm going to give you a quick demo. So, right. Here's where I actually cannot remember keyboard shortcuts. My mind cannot remember keyboard shortcuts most of the time nowadays. I can remember keyboard shortcuts from DOS from years ago. I could still run at WordStar and WordPerfect and probably use the keyboard shortcuts. You ask me to remember a lot of keyboard shortcuts now, I can't. But let me do captions. Live captions, this is the one. This is why I'm using the bleeding edge. Ready to caption. Right, let me make sure this is configured. Caption options. Include microphone audio. Right, hopefully. Brian, hopefully. Yeah. Oh, it's on the wrong screen, isn't it? Of course. Right, I am actually going to, let me just change the settings. Thank you. I'm going to duplicate. for now. Cool. Okay. That is not PowerPoint doing the live captions. That is Windows doing the live captions. Now, it's capturing the audio from my microphone. So it's doing what PowerPoint did. It's not perfect because it only understands American at the moment. I won't say American English because it's not English. It's American. But it is on the bleeding edge, and they are adding new languages soon. What's clever about this? If you're watching videos, or you're listening to audio, or you're on a Teams call, or you're on a phone call on your computer, this captions any audio that is coming through your computer. So if you're watching a Netflix program that doesn't have subtitles, because actually I think they're only about 60% of their programs subtitled. Disney Plus, I think, are kind of 50%. So if you're watching one of those and you want subtitles, boom, you've got it. This is game-changing for people. I mean, seriously game-changing stuff. This is. Admittedly, I mean, it is using an internal microphone on my laptop rather than my usual podcast setup, so it's kind of learnt me speaking through a proper microphone. Laura?
Is that just Windows 11?
At the moment, it's Windows 11, and as I say, it's the reason I'm running Bleeding Edge, because it is only on the developer version. I think it might be coming to beta pretty soon. They're kind of talking in that kind of way when you look at the release notes. Anybody can sign up for this. This isn't any dark insider secret or anything. The plan is hopefully to roll it back to Windows. Oh dear, that's just wrong. Oh, yeah. Cool, that could go wrong. The plan is hopefully to roll it back to Windows 10.
Is it recorded?
No.
I know it's still, but is there a way? Is the transcript?
No, the transcript isn't recorded at the moment. It's pure live captions. It's a good question, though, actually, because there are times where... Oh, heck. There we go. Oh, it managed to transcript, oh, heck. Have we lost the screen? Oh, that's helpful. Now we're back. And for some reason, we've gone to a new slide. What the heck's it doing? Oh, the joys of running. Bleeding Edge. It's added a new slide in my deck. I know why they. But anyway, this is a major step in accessibility. You just think about being able to go on Teams calls and people being able to... I know there are transcripts, but it depends on the organisations enabling transcripts. A lot of organisations actually turn off transcripts at the organisation level. I really get annoyed about that. I actually sat on a session where somebody said, can we turn off these accessibility features at tenant level? And I just replied back, why would you want to do that? Give me a good reason, and they couldn't. So, there are other accessibility features. I'm going to turn this, I'll leave it on, it's good fun, until I go back to PowerPoint. There are other accessibility features. I run heavy yellow filters on my screen. You've got the Windows night light, which a lot of people use, and you probably noticed it dim a bit there. I also use an additional app called Flux that allows me to change the colour temperature by quite a bit. I didn't realise how much that colour contrast was an issue Until the other week when I'm sat, I've got a really nice setup, some nice big curved monitors, 4K, really swanky, yeah, I'm lucky. I sat on a call and I'm thinking, I've got a nice expensive 4K camera and I always look orange. I look like an Oompa Loompa. I bought myself a couple of key lights that I switch on to try and balance that out. And then I was doing a demo of something, and because I was demoing it, I turned off my yellow filter so that it could be seen as it was. All of a sudden, I wasn't an Oompa Loompa anymore. And it's like, I've got this bright orange glow that makes me look like Donald Trump. No, seriously not. But as orange as Donald Trump. If I stare at a white screen for too long, I get migraines. I live in dark mode wherever possible. Dark screen, light text. I've recently started working with a young lad who had a really tragic accident and ended up with disabilities. I was on a call with him and we got talking, and I can't remember how it turned around. Oh, I was demoing something I was building, and he went, "Oh, have you got a light mode version of that?" Why? I can't read it if it's on dark mode. Because if you've got a black background, and whether the text is grey, white, or yellow, it just glows too much. And he's got cochlear blindness, I think it is, that he's acquired. So he's got quite a few things. How am I doing? Oh, okay. But for him, he has to live in light mode, not dark mode. I'm just like, okay, wow. My perception shifts, because I always thought dark mode was more accessible. I made an assumption. Never make an assumption. Bad move. There are lots of other accessibility features. I'll turn nightlight off because you don't want my yellow filter. There are other accessibility filters. You can access colour filters that are suited to different colour vision deficiencies. So you can cater for things like your red, green, your blue, yellow, and what have you, and it will adjust the Windows overlay and the Windows colours to cater, and that helps a lot. There's a screen reader built into Windows. Some people get along with it better than others. Some people love it, some people hate it. Some people will use one screen reader for some things and a different one for other things. I actually had somebody say, I can't make this work with JAWS screen reader. It just doesn't read right, but it reads perfectly right in Windows Narrator. Your mileage may vary. It's never going to work for everyone. Right, let me shoot back in and let me change this back to that. And where am I? Oh, my slide deck's all moved around now. Here we go. Right. If I can shoot F5. Oh, I didn't say that. Okay, that was a good job that wasn't on the screen. So, how do we build accessibility? And I nicked these 5 top tips from Rory Preddy and Henk Bowman on an article they wrote, and I just thought they say it better than I do. Think about, who am I building this for, stroke, who am I building this with? Think about your audience. Remember, 1 in 5 working age adults, and you may not know. Who can experience what I'm building? Think about your target, kind of, who am I building? I'm building this for these people, but who can experience this? If somebody with a different accessibility need comes in, can they still experience it? Can they still work with it? this is actually one point that I've made a few times is, who am I unintentionally excluding? I would like to think that nobody in this room would go out and say deliberately, I am going to exclude people with disabilities from what I'm building. And honestly, if that's kind of your mindset, I hope I'm changing it, and if I'm not, then talk to me afterwards. Oh, that sounds school headmasterish, doesn't it? But seriously, who am I unintentionally excluding? Ask yourself that question. It's really interesting sometimes what your answers will be. Are accessibility features available to everyone? There are some people that charge extra for accessibility features. Zoom, that infamous web meeting platform, when they introduced live captions, you had to pay for them. You had to pay for an accessibility feature. I'll leave that one there because I haven't got time. Learn from feedback and iterate. Just iterate through things. I haven't got time to do my build demo, but there will be YouTube videos coming on what I'm building at the moment. I'm building a new version of my accessibility app that is actually miles way advanced of the version I released in September. Because I want to kind of go to the key points and then just give a few minutes for you all to say anything. It is progress over perfection. Journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. The way to eat an elephant, one bite at a time. However you want to say it. You're not going to solve the whole problem in a day, but you're never going to solve the problem unless you start. And that is really the key to it. And I heard this one at the Microsoft Ability Summit and I loved it. I'm going to get a t-shirt with this on. One size fits one. There is no one size fits all. I mean, seriously, we all know, if you see something that says one size fits all, you kind of think, who was this designed for? Because it never seems to fit anybody right. It's the same with this. One size fits one. You can have two people who might have the same disability, and I've realised I've not got the captions on. That is annoying. I need to find a way of making this turn on automatically. I'm sure there's a setting buried somewhere, and if not, I'm going to scream at Microsoft about this. It's a good job Donna Sakar's around, because I can actually sort of say to her, we need to be able to switch this on by default. It's a good job Doncaster Cars. Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, Donna, your name is Doncaster Cars. That's funny. But seriously, you can have two people with the same disability, but their lived experience of those disabilities can be markedly different. In the hack yesterday, one guy on one team, he had ADHD. So did his brother. Their experiences were wildly different. One size fits one, which is why you're never going to make anything perfect for everybody, because you just can't. And not about us without us. To my mind, the worst form of ableism is for able-bodied people to think they know what disability or disabled people need without asking. If you've not spoken to somebody about building something for blind people, if you've not spoken to somebody who's blind, how can you build it? Because you don't know what the lived experience is. You don't know what the difficulties are. You don't know the challenges. Put yourself in their shoes. You can't, because you don't know what it's like. So not about us without us. So, in kind of quick finishing, yeah, I am here thanks to the wonderful Agilicis. My boss is in the room and I am so grateful, and I'm really actually glad that she's here and some of my colleagues are as well, because it says a lot about kind of just where we feel community fits into things. There's all my links. There's an additional one there. I'm working on building a kind of community within communities that is accessibility focused, that's aiming to bring people together, people with disabilities, people with interest in accessibility, people who need to apply accessibility, and try and bring all that knowledge together. So that's that 365A11Y. A11Y because accessibility is 11 letters long. It's kind of hashtag that. Please fill in the feedback in the app. There's no feedback form that you might see at usual things. And big thank you to our sponsors. I'll leave that up there and say, any questions from anybody? Cool. Oh, question at the back.
I was just wanting to know, like, in the group, like, what people's experiences have been around making model-driven apps or canvas apps accessible with JAWS or, say, dragon speech recognition, for example. So we've got quite a lot of users that use that technology, and whether there's good resources out there just to kind of support developers that may not have that kind of background or understanding, because we've had quite a few challenges. Will you be looking at that?
So I'll quickly pick that question up. In the model-driven apps, making them accessible is a lot more challenging because, of course, Microsoft control the design framework. Canvas apps, there's quite a bit you can do, and actually I can kind of talk to you about some of it, or certainly get you in contact with a few people, kind of realising there's people knocking at the door, which means there's probably the next session wanting to get in. Come grab me afterwards and let's talk. But thank you everybody for bearing with me and attending. Thank you.
Yeah, he's edited these slides, I didn't realise. Yeah. Oh, shit. Get your swears out now. Oh, we're live, apparently.
Cool. All right.
Right. Good afternoon. Realise this is the last session of the day.
Yay! Yes!
Oh, well done. Thank you. And we are keeping you from beer, so let's try and make it a bit of fun, a bit of interaction. And,
Oh, wait, I need to get them into here.
And wait for
You
Chris
will need
to
your
do
phone.
something. We need fun, right?
You know, you will need your phones.
We need your phones, yeah. So we're going to have a little bit of a quizzy as well, aren't we? Or...
Yeah, we can do a little quiz. Yeah. Cool.
So, I'm Carl Cookson, this is Chris Huntingford, and we're going to talk about multiplexing and why it's important for everybody.
I may need to present.
Okay.
Cool. Yep.
Let's just move on and then we can go from there. So, most importantly, our sponsors, obviously Microsoft, and our platinum sponsors, HSO, Docs42, PwC, Proximo 3, and AIS. Couldn't do it without them. Really grateful for all the money they give us and all the support they've given us. And a few more. These are all the gold sponsors. Again, we're all talking about accessibility today, so that's a really important one for me. Thank you for Tiski for being in support there, and thank you for the rest of the guys for giving us lunch and all that sort of thing as well. Right, this is me. I'm Carl Cookson. I've been doing CRM since before Microsoft stole the name and then changed it into Dynamics and all the rest of it. In a different CRM, outside of Microsoft, would you believe? For quite a few years now. I'm an MVP, I'm an XRM tool box developer, Liverpool fan, of course. And my motto is don't do it twice.
Cool.
And can you stop heckling from the front? Thank you.
What's up? So, yeah, my name is Chris Huntingford. I actually had to look at my name to read it to you. I can't tell you why I did that. Anyway, my name is Chris Huntingford. I'm Evernodd's Global Power Platform SME. So basically what I get to do is nerd around and talk to people about how awesome low-code is. Been in the partner channel a little bit shorter than Carl. Carl is the partner channel. I've only been there for since 2009, around there. And I like rocks and stars. So I study geology and astronomy, which is quite cool. And I'm a fast track recognized solution architect. If you know what that is, cool. If you don't worry. And I like to, my saying is it's a power platform, not power app form, right? Because everyone focuses on apps.
You copyrighted that?
I totally should.
You should.
Yeah, cool. Let's do it. Copyright. Okay. Cool. So yeah, that's me. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little quizzy whiz, right? So get your phones, get your laptops, find a small cat covered in cheese, don't know, do whatever you want. But and I'll watch here and I will present once we see some people. And if you're watching this on the video, please do scan the code, it will be hilarious.
Yeah.
Cool, we're getting some folks coming. Oh no.
Oh dear.
Okay, has everyone scanned? Can I switch?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thanks, Puppet.
Oh no.
There we go. Should come up. Nope.
You go.
Cool. Right. Yeah, amazing. This is my kind of session. Whoever put, where did it go? Super Mungie.
Moving around.
Carl, do you want to tell me quickly about that tool you released?
The data Mungie, yeah. Why you got his name?
Yeah. And
don't go to Mungie on Google Dictionary. Not now, anyway. I'm not on a work phone, by the way.
Yeah.
Because yes.
Yeah, munging means to bring data together in a creative way.
Or something very different.
Yeah. Anywho. Okay, cool. So what is your focus area? Are you Biz Apps? Are you M365? Are you Azure? Do you only do Power Platform? Or do you just really want to make your customers happy? Excellent. So most of you are wrong, 20% of you are right, 25%. Excellent, good job. Don't change your answers. No. Cool, all right, so lots of Biz Apps, hence multiplexing, phenomenal. Because
that's been around for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's the world it lives in. Next one. What would you describe yourself as technical in IT terms? You're mostly technical, my guess is, but not at all technical, somewhere in the middle. I love code and super technical, and I can build motherboards with my mind.
Was that you, Ivan? If you put that one, then you better have.
Marvelous. Right, my friends.
I'm guessing Alison was the blue one.
Okay, so for a laugh, what is this product name? Is it Common Data Service, Dataflex Pro, Project Oakdale, Dataverse, or Common Data Flexi XRM Open Service Verse?
What, he means that logo on the left, by the way.
That's right. That's right. Well, he's holding the little logo. Look, he's like a cool little creature.
I know, but I'm just making sure people recognise. And I'm pointing to the screen here, which is absolutely no use to anyone.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, don't worry, we're nearly done. This is important. In your opinion, what is the most widely used tool in the Power Platform? Is it Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Automate Desktop, Power Virtual Agent, or Dataverse? Ah, there we go. Cool. Interesting. So, all of these are relevant in multiplexing. Every single thing you do with any of these tools you see here will have an impact on multiplexing. And don't worry, we will get to what that is shortly. Finally, don't worry about that one. What is multiplexing? The name of Elon Musk's firstborn child. Pooling connections or rerouting information to avoid paying a license, a licensing SKU that is used to license a full Power Platform site. Cool.
Wow, most of you got that right.
Yeah! And for the audience, good job, cool. Right, and I think that's the last one. Don't worry about that. Okay, so we are going to move on to the presentation. You ready?
Yeah.
And smooth transition. Literally never
We should have done that a bit more prepared. Apologies for that. So, multiplexing is not a new term, and I'm not doing anything up there. Yeah. I am, but do the from the current slide. Come on.
Cool.
There you go.
Here we go.
Multiplexing is not a new term. If you remember you're as old as me, and old as Alison, you'll remember that you had a phone line in your house, and that phone line was shared between your neighbours at the start of all these things, wasn't it? And that was a very, very basic version of multiplexing. You've got 3 users using the same bit of kit. And that evolved so that they could get more data down these wires. So rather than, hello operator, put me through, and the wires all swapping, they decided to do a lot more to do with changing the frequency of the signals that are going through so they could get the data down the lines. And that is multiplexing in the non-Microsoft world. And they use that all the time now, whether it's a line or a physical signal in this, in your area, in satellites, in space, etc. It's ensuring that they can get as much data down that bit of signal wire as they can. But in Microsoft's term, they define it as when individuals use hardware or software to pool connections, reroute or indirectly access information, and or reduce the number of devices or users that directly access or use a product. Multiplexing can also include reducing the number of devices a user. And also you can get a signed copy later when tomorrow at the pub quiz. So that's all getting raffled off. So make sure you by Mr.
Charles
Lamana himself. He's got signed the license.
Put that on a picture, yeah. So that's pretty important. How many of you know that there is a multiplexing guide that exists directly within the licensing guide? There's a link to it. Yep, that's it. How many of you have read it? Okay. We're going to tell you some stuff today that may or may not agree 100%. So the information we've got is either from that document or directly from the product group themselves. Okay, so yeah. The other thing that's important here is the multiplexing is all about data. It's got nothing to do with the app itself. It's all about data and who uses data. So obviously all of you know that Microsoft have got this plethora of connectors. The greatest connector actually written by somebody in the room here, Daniel Askovitz, which tells you Chuck Norris jokes. Would you put your hand up and let him? Very useful, definitely not one to be blocked with DLP. So when your flow fails, you can get an email that tells you a Chuck Norris joke to make you feel better. Anyway, but it's really important, right? So those connectors will connect out to services, yeah? So we can all agree that. So you'll have a data service on that side. You'll have something that happens in the front, like an app or a flow or a whatever, and that fires out to that data storage facility or data service to get information. The question I've got for you, and the question that I posed to the product group is I said, look, I'm going to be using a lot of solutions, and I'm going to be using a lot of data storage when connecting out. But why is it that the Power Platform license has got multiplexing against it? And the biggest thing that I found out from the product group is that actually the multiplexing is down to the data storage facility, not down to the license you're using, which is pretty crazy. So did you know that Salesforce has separate multiplexing rules to Dataverse? Anyone know that? Yeah, so Salesforce has got different multiplexing rules to Dataverse. SQL has different multiplexing rules to Dataverse. So actually across the stack, why is it that the license should be found on the data side rather than the actual connector itself? Okay, so when we start talking to you about this, go and look it up. Actually go and look it up. Go into salesforce.com, go to their website and actually look at what they say about connectors. They have separate API call restrictions. Not every connector is treated the same way. And because of that, Dataverse is the thing that gets hit with multiplexing. That's the one that's the hard one to understand. So we're going to make an outlandish statement later, and you can throw stuff at me if you want. But that is really, really key. Okay, so the multiplexing is against the connector. Okay, make sense? Cool, cool, cool. All right. So do you want to hit the first scenario?
Yes. So what we thought we'd do was go through some scenarios, and we've got Nessie and the Highland Cow here, and Highland Cow is our sensible Microsoft head, and Nessie is the user, what they're trying to do. So what we're going to say is, Nessie wants to create an app that everyone can use. They want to pay for one license, but everyone, if you imagine the number of licenses people like Tesco have for that, the lady that works 4 hours on a Saturday every week. If they wanted to give her a license for the Dataverse and all of her comrades, it would have been very expensive. So what's the idea is that they license whatever tool she's using, license the till or whatever phone, the store phone. And that's a kiosk app in those terms. So, makes sense, sounds like a good idea for me, because it's going to be cheap, right? Rather than buying a license for someone that only works 4 hours a week, you've now got one license that can cover anyone that uses that device. But,
yep, each user needs their own license per user, right? So Microsoft have been known to do device-based licenses, but yep, it's a client access license. Something else that you need to understand, and I might get into trouble for this. Did you know, how many of you do build your solutions based on what you read in the licensing guide all the time? Yeah? You architect solutions based on what you read. Did you know the licensing guide is not a legal document? It's not. It's not a legal document. Your EA, your agreement with Microsoft, is the legal part. The licensing guide. It's not. So when we talk about licensing, when we talk about multiplexing, it is going to be scenario driven every time. And Microsoft will and can issue exceptions based on the agreements you have with them. Okay, so don't think you're completely locked into this stuff, right? There will be things that you can work around. And my theory, in the words of my amazing wife, everything is negotiable. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, right? Just remember, licensing, guide.
You've got to make sure that if you've got a scenario where you think you want to cut the corners, you've talked to Microsoft.
Yeah.
Or Microsoft will find out and come for you. And it does depend on your relationship with them, your agreements with them, etc. But as they go through, they will be building up conditions and understanding of what you're doing with that app.
Exactly.
Who's a good point of contact for these discussions?
Chris at avanade.com.
Okay, wait. So actually, that's a great question. It depends. Are you partner or customer? You partner. Okay, you will have a partner channel that you can talk to. So somebody at Microsoft. There's a license email that you can mail as well. I am going to tell you this categorically, you will not get anything in writing back from them. It doesn't happen. I used to work there. I was a partner architect. It is unlikely somebody is going to say to you in an email, hey, do these 5 things and you'll be cool. They're going to say, read page 8 in the licensing guide. And it depends what partner you're at. If you're at a smaller boutique partner, it is a bit more hard to get information. I suggest talking to my friend Chris Parks. If you are... Yeah, if you're a part of a larger partner, you will have a point of contact. Okay, but we can chat afterwards if you want, and I can help you navigate that.
What is changes if they purchase providing licensing?
So, say that again?
What is changes if they purchase providing licensing?
Yeah, it might, but that's going to be down to the agreement you have with them. Okay, so you will need to get that stipulated inside the agreement. That's what I would say. Cool. And remember, the bad guy here is Dataverse. That's the one that's hard to navigate with the multiplexing piece. SQL and stuff work very differently, right? So.
Yeah, we're only talking about Dataverse really. I think the crux of it is that we're, like Chris said, anyone that's outside of us, they've got different rules. So you've got to make sure that if you're going to SAP or you're going to all that, you're covering their multiplexing rules as well as Microsoft's if you're going to put that data into Dataverse.
Yep.
Okay, next one. I want to create a solution using the case table.
Oh, wow. Oh, get in.
What sort of license do we need for that?
Want to create a Canvas app? You want to rig it up to the case table? But my friends, there is a loophole.
Yeah, this is what they call a restricted entity. So it's a partially restricted entity now. And there's certain tables, case being one of them, the field service tables being others, and the marketing, I guess, is in there as well.
Yeah, so
there is a list. Yeah. We'll point you out in a second. But the idea is that these are ones that are part of an application that they built. So if you want to use the case table and use it for something as a case table, we call it service request or whatever you want to call it, it's still a case table, and that's restricted. And therefore, you can think about it. Well, do I use that, or you create a new table over here that's called all service request and start again? That's fine. Even if it is like a case, that's fine. But it's only if you use this table. So, case table is permitted. You were going to finish.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a weird one. This is like a partially restricted. So just to make sure you understand, I can buy one Dynamics 365 user license. So I can buy sales, service, customer service, field service, or whatever that other thing is that they call it. And I can install that inside my Power Platform environment. So a naked Power Platform environment, I can install that data model with one license. I can then build on top of that data model custom solutions for people to use from a Power Platform perspective on non-restricted entities, as Cole has said. However, case is a weird one. Because all of us were whinging about the fact that we wanted case inside Canvas apps and we wanted to be able to build case for people to use, the reason it's partially restricted is because you can actually build an app on top, a Canvas app or a model-driven app, on top of the case entity without paying for a Dynamics 365 license if the people making or capturing the case own the case and they can only capture their things within the context of the human being. You cannot turn it into a call center. That's the whole goal. So basically, they do not want you to have sharing cases or assignments. It is your case, you can use it. So a singular record, not a shared record. Yeah, and they've done that with work order as well, which is the dumbest thing. Because work order is actually not the thing that works in field service. It's the bookable resource booking, I think.
Yeah, that's the key one, isn't it? But again, and there is a document here when you get the slides going to the Microsoft docs side that's got a list of all the restricted tables. So there is a whole work order and case and quite a few others. So be careful of that, because everyone would want to everyone creates cases, don't they? I think it's the key for most establishments. So make sure that you're aware, and if you need to, use a different table. Right, this is you, I think.
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
So if you read that statement, you can create, read, update, and delete self-created cases.
Your cases.
It doesn't say you can resolve self-created.
Bang on. And you're not allowed to turn it into a contact center. That's a really good point. So resolution means that is now being turned into a wider type approach for contact center. Scenario driven, I would say that it's the gotcha here is that people think, oh sweet, I can make the record, but actually it doesn't do you any good. You may as well make a custom entity. That's what I found. I don't know if anyone else has got any experiences, but genuinely the custom entity is way easier to manage, and also I'm going to say something dodgy. Cases do come with a lot of legacy connection stuff. Yeah.
They're awful. It is a lot of stuff going on there. Go on, MCJ.
So on that then, I want to create an entity for a ticket.
Cool.
And I want to do a bunch of stuff that I would use in a case entity ticket.
That's fine, but you would have to recreate Resolve, for example. And that's the key for a lot of these things. It's just what they've built up into that product, which is customer service. Yes. Yeah.
Spot on.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So this is my favorite scenario of all time. This has come up more times in the world than pretty much any issue. So we've got some people doing this, right?
People think about SharePoint. Daniel does a lot of dreaming about SharePoint.
I've heard it's a database.
Yeah. Why? To save cost.
Yeah. So what happens is people will have data in Dynamics or Dataverse. Cool, right? And they'll think, I only need one Dynamics license. Then what I can do is I can fire that data over into SharePoint to build a solution, an app for like 5,000 users. Okay, lots and lots and lots of people do this. Yeah, this is, I would say, probably multiplexing candidate number one.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those core ones that we see all the time, that people think that they can bypass the rules effectively. So,
yeah. So every single person, and I'm gonna, go for it.
Is it still the case you can do that as long as there's a manual step between the export and import? Yeah,
you're right. You are. If someone's re-entering or doing something to that data, but it can't be mostly automatic.
The question number two then is, can that manual step be a flow I've written where
No. I've thought about that. I'm gonna give you the craziest scenario later on about that, but it's a good question. So yeah, this is candidate number one, and here's the thing. I'm going to say something that's not necessarily in the multiplexing guide, but I've been told by the product group, so I just want to be open. Using data from Dataverse in any way, shape, or form outside of Dataverse will require a license. What I mean by using data is reading, interacting, okay? So just understand that will require a license. The question that we get is, what about if you put Power BI on top of that? Does that still count as multiplexing? Nope, it doesn't. That's right.
It's a presentation, yeah, and that's the thing. If you used an email to get that data out and send it to yourself, or send it to, when you're sending out case things, that person at the end of that email doesn't need a license. So it's a presentation layer. The email is that layer, and it's the same with all of them.
Cool.
Next one.
So this is
there's another link down there. That's page 6 of the multiplexing guide.
Yeah.
So.
There's its own page.
So theoretically, if you move the data out and delete it, so it's no longer in the database,
It's absorbed in its licensing requirement.
If you move the,
I'm going to put a pin in that one. That's a great question though. I've never actually had that asked. Hey, if anyone knows, but I don't know. That's a good question. There will be an answer. It'll just be woolly as hell.
Yeah.
The other one is the transverse, which is this is the one that's controversial. Okay, and this is the one that I've actually had to get Microsoft to agree to. Putting data into Dataverse in whatever way, shape, or form is fine. Input is fine. You can have input in the SharePoint list using Flow, fire that into Dataverse, and create a record. You do not need a Dataverse license for that. Okay. The way that I like to explain it to people is Dataverse is a bit like a bank account, right? Like me giving you money is totally fine, because they're going to charge you on consumption anyway. So they're going to get, the more data they have, the happier they are. Taking that data and using it outside of that is not fine. In the multiplexing guide, it does talk about inputs, right? It will mention, I think it's on page 6, it does talk about inputs. They say inputting data will require a license. That is where I've had the conflict, because I say to Microsoft, that is not good. That's not the right way to do things. You need to be able to store the data. So actually, although the guide says that, every scenario I've been in, this is fine. I don't know about you, but
no, yeah, this is the whole idea of, you still need somehow to get that data in, but you could do a lot more of have that flow license. You could have the per user license or per app license to get that data in, but then it's coming from all those different sources, and you could have one flow or one thing to get that data in.
Oh, that's not even. If you have a flow that passes stuff from SharePoint into Dataverse, which is fine, then Dataverse gives you a message back that says I'm successful. That's information generated from Dataverse.
Yeah.
Would that have any?
So that's not relational transactional data that helps the business in any way. And this is where you get into data classification. So unfortunately, that's also a good question. Unfortunately, there's no direct guideline, but I don't see, I think it's anything that is going to drive a business scenario as like being relevant or important data. I don't know, what do you think?
No, it's you're exactly right. It is just building that information up and using it is where it's, it is a, not quite sure on that one, I don't think.
Yeah, I would say messaging on success is cool.
It depends what you do on success. If you're giving them an Excel spreadsheet of it all back again, then probably you would be a bit concerned. If you're just saying it's case created, then maybe not.
So me again.
Yeah.
I want to put it straight. What about putting data into Dataverse synchronized from, say, Business Central?
Yeah, that's fine.
Any data sets. Bear in mind what we said earlier about the Business Central's multiplexing rules. There probably is some.
There will be.
And everything else, but it doesn't matter where it comes from. This could be SAP, etc. on that side. It doesn't matter.
They just want data.
Yeah.
That's
beyond this question. When we talk about Business Central, the master data came from Business Central, but on the order goes back to Business Central.
Yeah, then you will need a Dataverse license. They will need.
For the manufacturing department, for the finance department, everyone
pretty much
works with the
that's the idea,
yeah. That's right, yep. But you see, this is, okay, so what I would do in that scenario, right, is I would go directly to Microsoft and say, here's what we're doing, all right? They probably won't give it to you in writing. And to be honest, there's not a single company in the entire world, right, that will ever get somebody to pay for a Dataverse license that way. They're not going to enforce that, but you do need to know it. So yeah, if you go to them with it, they're going to be like, yeah, you do need a license. There's an email address at Microsoft called License Q. You won't be able to mail it, but internal people can. That will get pulled up as every single person needing a license. But then you negotiate.
You negotiate and get it in writing that what you're doing is right. And you're a lot of these scenarios where you're building the licenses on one application versus another. That's where it gets in discussions, because if it wasn't for that data coming out of Dataverse, you're going to be restricted in your other one, so you're going to reduce the number of licenses here. So it is going to be a negotiation with them. It can be.
Yeah.
Tom?
Back to scenario 3A, if you were shoving data into a SQL database or data lake or something like that, is that considered a presentation layer for the school there?
So are you talking about not using Dataverse?
So no, from Dataverse
into data lake.
Some kind of backup process.
No, that's fine. That's cool. Like I don't see that as, if you're pushing it in. No, I don't see that being a problem. But also,
sometimes if you build an app on top of that,
yeah, then the person will need to be licensed.
To view that data.
Yeah, they'll need to be licensed to view it. So on Power Apps,
a Power BI on top of a data lake is a common scenario for getting it away from your transactional data and using it on across the whole organisation. But they should have a Dataverse license to read that data and use it.
The other thing I want to point out here, I'm going to cause some trouble, but that over here, the little ceiling fan icon and the D icon, if you replace that with SQL, that's not multiplexing, because SQL multiplexing works differently because it's server driven. So yeah, that's the thing. It's Dataverse that causes all the weirdness.
Is there any instrumentation place that I as a customer can see if I break any rules?
No. So this is why I'll get to that at the end, but the answer is no. They don't tell you. I'm gonna give you a quick one. I hope you don't mind.
No, carry on.
I'm sorry. I do this all the time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So there's a thing called when you build. I'm going to use this as an example to try and illustrate the point. Right. There is a thing where when you build a Power App, Microsoft say you may use Power Automate in the context of the app. Okay, cool. What in the hell does that mean? So that means that if you're firing the flow from the app, or if the flow is fired based on data being stored in a data storage facility. So here's my thing. If I build an app that stores data in SharePoint and then pushes data down to Dataverse and then the flow fires, that's still in the context of the app. They have no way to report on that. So my theory is until you can report on it and enforce it, nobody actually knows. So yeah, that's unfortunately the case. And they will start enforcing things, but multiplexing you actually physically can't enforce.
Yeah, so they're starting to enforce like the Graph API recently, so they're making shifts to ensure that they're getting more and more of your hard-earned money out of the user base. Okay, where were we? 4. Portals. So you can have a portal, a Power Page. Is it Power Pages?
Power Pages.
Power Pages, and you can host an internal employee, reporting case, etc. On a portal. We do it all the time to allow for scenarios where people don't want the full-blown dynamics or they're disparate and not going to have it, etc. So, what do we think about the licensing here?
Internal users or people who are 100% committed to that customer. So if you work for another company, you're support.
Spot on. Yeah, you're on the money.
So it's that external user. It is that external user. And we've come across this now and again where we create a guest user and put them onto a portal. They need a license because that user account is in my AD.
Yeah.
But if they were external and doing normal authentication just with username and password on the portal, they'll be classed as external.
Yeah. So this is a really fun one. I actually did work for a customer many moons ago where it was a bank, and what they did was they bought one Dynamics license. It wasn't Dynamics at the time. You could do this with Power Portals or whatever. And they basically said, we're going to buy one Dynamics license. Can you build out an internal portal for us for the 5,000 users that we have to interact? So I was like, totally, but you're going to need to pay a full Dynamics license. And there was no such thing as a restricted entity back then. So yeah, it is what it is, right? The other thing is that external user, the chap at the back, they made a really great point. The concept of external user is literally anyone that is supporting that customer. I think you said, do you want to say what you said again earlier?
Either somebody who works for the customer or somebody who's 100% working for that customer.
Yep.
External support.
That affiliates thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll use retail as another example. I work in a retailer. We're going to call it Allison's Retailer. I've got 100,000 employees. Of those employees, 10,000 are back office, mid office employees, and the other 90,000 are people that work on the floor. Now, they may not have an email address specified to that organization. So if I take Allison's Retailer, Allison runs the business with Cookie, but I am the guy that works on the floor. I don't have an email address that says chris@allisonsbusiness.com. I'm an affiliate. I still need a license. In some way, shape, or form, I still have to be licensed to use that portal. And that's where it gets really tricky. Now, it's tough because this is another argument. Do you negotiate Microsoft to use the portal, or would you rather actually just get them a proper login, negotiate a per user or per app license, and have at it? And then it comes down to architectural best practice.
And just to be clear, I would never work with Alison. I'd end up doing all the work. And that's in the licensing guide as well, so page 9. So yeah, so what time is it?
No, we've got loads of time.
Oh, we have. Oh,
so a couple of other things that I think need to be brought up is when there's a couple of things around the way that Dynamics works as well, and yeah, you can read that while I explain this. How many of you are using anything in Dynamics that's per app that is not enterprise based? So you're using the actual per app license or the app license. Okay. So it starts getting weird when you're starting to build things like Canvas apps. You can technically build another model-driven app inside that environment, but you're not allowed to. You have to pay for another Power Platform license. And if you do build it, it's considered multiplexing. There's nothing that enforces it. Microsoft can, by the way, here's the creepy thing. Microsoft can see all of the telemetry, right? They can actually tell you even what app is broken down to the app ID, right? So it's not that they don't know. They just don't do anything because they're driven by a thing called MAU, monthly active usage. Okay, especially on things like Power Platform. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily. You just got to be a bit careful about like what you do. And yeah, if they do stumble onto the fact that you've got a paid for Dynamics license on the per app not attached, and you are building stuff, they probably are going to call you out on it if they see it. Does that make sense? Yeah, enterprise is fine, but then still, what were you talking about with the enterprise stuff within the context of the app?
Don't remember. But it's the whole in the context of the app with a model-driven app with a Canvas app embedded. That's fine. That's not multiplexing. But as soon as you take that Canvas app out of the model-driven app, you need to license both. So there is an awful lot going on there, and an awful lot that you just need to be aware of. And I'm not saying you never should design by the licensing guide. You should design by best principles, right? But you've got to be careful and make those decisions based on costs and effectively how you're going to approach it. Is it going to is that, you know, your app's been running for a couple of years, Microsoft are going to be knocking on your door going, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
And that is all down to negotiation again. It's about your relationship with Microsoft and how much they want to enforce effectively.
Yeah, and the other problem we found, it's not necessarily a problem, but like, because the tech is changing all the time, there's no feasible way to enforce a multiplexing set of rules. I think when we were chatting about this stuff, like multiplexing is actually, it is in every business, by the way. So whatever you are, partner or customer, I can categorically tell you it exists. There's no need to panic though. What will typically happen is that Microsoft might call you out on it, they might not, whatevs, okay. But it's all down to what I call intent. This is quite difficult to explain, so I'm going to try. When you implement a solution, and all of you at some point, I'm guessing, have implemented a solution of some way, in some way, shape, or form, right? Stick your hand up if you haven't. And what will happen is that you'll design something. So Bjorn asked a great question around the Business Central piece using Dataverse data. Your intent was not to screw the system, so to speak, right? Your intent was to do something really awesome. So maybe using a single user as a integration point between the two, so like a service account or something, shifting the data against the connector, fine. But your intent was not to break the rules. And Microsoft look at that. They look at the fact that, hey, you know, your intent wasn't to break stuff, so you know, just go ahead, it's fine. We're not going to, you know, sue the pants off you, and they won't. But it's important to know that when you build stuff, there are certain processes, like the SharePoint to Dataverse one, that you will get called out on. Right? And that's the SharePoint to Dataverse. Anything that stops you buying a Power Platform license or Dynamics license, like physically stops you buying it, they will call you out on that. But if it's just about moving some data and people using another system, I can't see that being a problem. So ultimately, the way that I frame it all the time is that, first of all, talk to Microsoft. How many conversations have you had with them about this?
Oh no, you have it all the time, don't you? I think that's the point, isn't it? You're designing something, and you should be asking your partners, if you're not doing it yourselves, about whether something's appropriate. And Microsoft are just trying to protect their endpoints. So that API, that, you know, if you're causing more traffic to the API than you've been assigned effectively, that's where they're going to start getting concerned and worried, and they'll start looking at what you're doing. And it's not just the fact that you've got a flow that's doing lots and lots of things and you've scheduled it for whatever 30 seconds. It's the fact that you may be causing more stress on their services than they're expecting from you, and that, you know, and that goes from not only you but obviously your neighbours on the virtual stack that you're in. So if you're impacting other people, then they will start to get concerned, and making sure that they're getting their money's worth and you're paying for the right things.
There's another thing as well, just on what you've said there. I'm going to use a scenario to highlight this and actually tell you something hopefully interesting. I was chatting to a certain chap in Microsoft. I'm not going to mention his name, but he does a lot of stuff for Power Automate, and I'm hoping Matt will chime in here if I'm wrong. But what we were told was that often you'll get a scenario where a user, you can buy a user-based flow license, so a singular user-based flow license. You know that you can basically build in integration using that flow with a single service account, right? There's nothing that's going to stop you. There is nothing to stop you. That is what you call a user-based flow. However, Microsoft built a license for that called the per flow license. You can enforce some of it, but basically when chatting to the guy from Microsoft, I said, look man, I've got this Power Automate. What I'm doing is I'm shifting data from point A to point B. It's an enterprise interface. It's not an integration. That's a different thing. There's an enterprise interface between these two solutions. I'm shifting thousands of records. Do I have to buy a per flow license? The answer is yes, you do need to buy a per flow license. Does anyone ever buy a per flow license to do that? Nope. So the answer was, hey man, we don't really care if you do that. However, you are going to get throttled. And that's what Carl was talking about. And the reason the throttling came in is purely because of the fact that all of us are on the same set of tech. And I'm going to use the pub to highlight this. If Cookie and I and Thomas go to the pub, and you bring $20, you bring $10, and I bring $5, and we all drink the same amount of beer. It's always like this, by the way. Yeah, yeah, it is. And we all drink the same amount of beer. Who wins? This guy. Yeah. And that's what happens. That's why there's API enforcement.
Yeah, and so it's definitely, and it's one of those things that they will use to work out what you're doing. and then ask you for your solutions and look at what you designed to see whether the intent was to bypass a license or the intent was just to get the job done. And I think that's very key.
Absolutely. So to kind of wrap this whole thing up, right? And I think it's pretty important. We will open again for questions. I think it's pretty important. Number one, the intent is key. Please, folks, intent. I always say this to people: when you see the iron brew on the table, or you see the pink cupcake on the table, and you kind of feel like taking it is wrong, it probably is. Yeah, and I'm the culprit of that. I promise you, I've done it thousands of times. The documentation is there, but in my opinion, controversial point of view, I think it's vague. At least they've got something though, but they can't cater for every scenario. And if you run into multiplexing scenarios, I'm going to shoot myself in the foot for this. If you run into multiplexing scenarios, get hold of us, because we can actually fire it up the chain or just chat about it on social. I can't guarantee you support will happen 24/7, but what I can say is that if you do run and you get stuck, personally, I love it, so I like trying to figure out the problem. What about you?
No, I love. Yeah, it's the same. We have got interactions with the product group, and we've asked them these questions quite a few of the times, and it's making sure that they understand what we're trying to do. And that's always been Microsoft's problem, hasn't it? Is the fact that they don't know how to use their apps.
No.
They could build a great app, but they don't see it in the real world, and that's what customers and partners are there, and that's why you have that chain up to the product group to tell them that these things exist. I think that, yeah. What's the temporary license called?
Pay as you go.
Pay as you go is a great one for that. They brought this thing out, which sounds great, right? But without any control on it, someone that can go and find some apps in a repository and click on lots of apps, like when you first join a company, you just click it around because you've got nothing better to do. And that's a tenner every time. And they're just like, oh, we didn't think of it like that. It's like, okay, so this is where we need to feed back as a community to them to make sure that they're delivering the service that we're expecting.
Absolutely. So that's pretty much it from us. We can't hit every scenario. There's no ways there's a silver bullet out of this, but we thought we'd bring up some of the common ones that come out all the time. There are some very smart people in this room as well that would be able to bring up some really good integration scenarios, I suppose, that would help to elaborate on this. But right now, that's what we got, folks. So thank you very much, Cooks.
Yeah, so just thank you again to our sponsors.
Yeah.
All the guys here, maybe not Proximo 3 this time. and these guys as well, our gold sponsors.
Cool.
So have you got any questions, any further scenarios that you could think of that we've come across?
You focused on internal users, any gotchas for external users in the customer portal?
For Portal? Yeah, no, so you're typically okay. The thing that they nobble you on that is the logins. So I can't remember the exact scenario, but it says in a certain period of time, like the actual login token expires, but there's no real
login per day per user, isn't it, effectively? Yeah. And it's also the fact that you still need to start it off with the base per page license.
No, this is a custom portal.
Yeah. Oh, the custom portal as in not in Power Pages.
Oh, that's an awesome one. Oh, please, can I do this one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we're 5 minutes. I promise I'm going to try and make this as quick as I can. Ultimately, many moons ago, when they released Power Portals, or I don't know, Power Pudding, whatever they're calling it now, and and basically, I logged a query with Microsoft. Just typically, I don't work for Microsoft anymore, so I logged a query saying that I wanted to use a site core data structure on top of D365, and I said I'm not going to use portals, and they told me that was multiplexing. And I said, that is nonsense, because there is no feasible way that people like the Portal Connector, Sitecore, all of those folks are multiplexing. So in my theory, and this is my opinion, build to your heart's content, chuck it onto Dataverse, it's next to a bunch of users accessing information. I can't see a problem with that.
But yeah, if it's the same with the normal portals, it's that external user. If you put the same thing in with internal users doing it, then that would be multiplexing and you would get caught out with it.
Yeah.
So it's, whether it's Sitecore, whether it's Power Pages, it's the same deal.
Cool.
So there's an argument there that says you should license it in the same way as you license Power Portals.
So I agree, but I agree with the concept, but I don't agree with the practice. I would not. Personally, that's just me, folks, by the way, my opinion. Yeah.
It's a tricky one, but I think it's any of those apps that are using the data outside, there's lots of connectors that go outside, and they're basically they're classing them as the visualization pane. So if you take your data and spit it out to Twitter, that's the visualization pane, and that's okay. But it's that link back to it that's the problem.
Cool.
A couple at the back, yeah.
Just a couple of quick points. I hear what you're saying about intent, but I think we'd probably all say that sometimes it's very difficult to distinguish intent from one person trying to screw the system
Totally.
and another person is trying to just find a cost effective way to work within licensing guidelines. And that's probably
it's hard.
Still try and balance.
Yeah, and that's the woolly bit, and that's why it's vague, because they want you to have a conversation with them.
Yeah. And the other one is your scenario 3A. I'm still with you on it, to be honest. I mean, honestly, feels like myself could overstep the mark, especially if you're exporting your data out with the Microsoft ecosystem. Frankly, what the hell is going to do with Microsoft at that point?
I think so. So that's a great question. We can chat about that afterwards, but a bit more. But ultimately, what I think there is that because the data is generated in Dataverse, and that's the engine, they want somebody to pay for it. And yeah, it actually, there's a paragraph in the multiplexing guide I've got in front of me that actually says it. Like it physically says they need to use it. But there are anomalies around exports. So if you're doing automation, like, capture a record here, fire it into Flow, yeah, that's a license. But say as an example, if you've got a batch process running in the evening that batches records from point A in Dataverse to point B and somewhere else, you're right. It is not part of it. And that's where the woolly part is. So the flow one I know is categorically multiplexing. The batch transfer, like an integration, like Bjorn was saying.
Or to your data lake or whatever, that's when it gets a bit tricky. There's another one at the back as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so if you have like a dynamic scenario, dynamic licenses, and for example, a wrap license for another user, so only restriction is the restricted entity. Because I'm always confused when I read the part of the licensing guide. So I'm okay with, for example, we have a sales process, and we have a custom process that kind of connects to that, but it's not sales. And it's okay on the dynamic scenario to use a pair up. They like the idea of bringing all your data together. So that, a lot of the things that we've got are building on that core, and that's what idea of it, isn't it? That you're building up that application. But you can have different sets of users on that one Dataverse, but they all have to be licensed for what they're using. When you read the licensing guide, I haven't read the last version. There's like this table, you have the and the table says, we have per app, we have Dataverse. It doesn't says dynamics, so it always confuses me. So it works, and you have the restricted entities, but I'm never sure if it's like 100%, or is it working because the tenant was spun up a long time ago, or always confused with that. And I think when you have like older tenants, or maybe you have 70% agreements, the different thing work different customers. So I'm always confused. So I maybe tested one customer, it works. And you go to other customers for some things, and I'm never sure, so I'm just not sure.
That's hard. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I genuinely don't know how to answer that. Yeah. But we should do? We should drink a ton of beer and battle it out. I'd love that. Yeah.
Matt?
Just kind of on that one, what do you think it matters about intent if you're choosing small subset things? Say you use car pages to get some info in from a customer, storing up the database. Then you've also got some sales and Salesforce, and you're putting both of those things into a SQL table in the middle. Not to get around the licensing, but just as like reference data, almost. So it's like a little bit of data, but not a whole process. I think Microsoft could kind of look at the intent of that and go, well, it's only reference data, it's not full on transaction.
So that's a good question. I'll take a stab. I'll genuinely take a stab. So on the documents, if you read the guide, you would need a Dataverse license. However, if it's the type of data, if it's reference data, if it's not being used to aid a business process, I genuinely can't see why you would need one. So according to the guide, yes. Scenario driven, I would say I wouldn't stress about that. Look, just to clarify something, it's not like they're going to come and hunt you. They don't actually know half the stuff that's going on in tenants anyway, as far as like this type of detail goes. They're not going to look at every app you make. But what they are going to do is when you start hitting big thresholds, 150,000 API calls in a couple of hours, that's when they're like, something weird's going on here. Why is this flow getting throttled so bad? So it's not as if they're going to come and hunt you down, but it's just important architecturally that you understand what we're talking about, just that you know, right? Better the devil you know than the angel you don't know. That's the theory I say.
So based on the licensing guide.
Yeah.
Well said, by the way. Thank you.
I know you got it.
Absolutely. I've got a collection as well.
Oh, nice.
There's a reason why I've got a collection of them.
Oh, so you can move. I know why, because you do a lot of grandfathering stuff, don't you?
Well, it changes every month.
Yeah.
So if I write something this month,
Yeah.
within the guidelines, and in 2-3 months' time the guide changes, which version applies?
It applies the time you build and the license purchase. That is a good question. I'm sure we had this conversation before, but yeah. And actually, to the chap at the back, what Chris is saying is quite right, but it applies at the time of purchase, right? So when you purchase the license, that's effectively the guide you're using. And solution architecture build, like the build, they can't really prove the date, but you'll have documentation that does it. But yeah, they're going to change stuff all the time. I mean, remember when they had 1,000 API calls and brand new shot to 5? Remember when API calls were introduced? Everyone was like, uh-oh. It's just going to be the same continuous thing.
But it's the same with that, is that they've now got ways of monitoring API calls and you knowing, and I think this is going to be the same, that when they try and tighten their belts by ensuring that they're getting the most out of you as possible and you're doing the right thing, they'll start producing the metrics. And internally, and then maybe get it out to you.
Yeah. And I definitely think, I definitely think that they should have like proper forums for this stuff. The multiplexing demon came out many years ago and everyone was like, oh my gosh, multiplexing. And now it's like quite a normal thing to chat around. So
questions to this scenario, when we have a restricted table, export data from the restricted table.
To another table.
For example, to Business Central or SharePoint. Does the person who sees the data from the restricted table in the other system needs, for example, I don't know, customer service or people license?
That's
or
right. Yeah.
It's enough to say, you get our app license because then he has a license.
So
if it was his cases, but I doubt it would be his cases only, you could do it with a Power Apps license. But other than that, you would need a full customer service.
Yeah.
And that's why, most scenarios, if you're not using the full SLAs and resolution part of case, we don't touch it anymore. We sort of go to build your own, because it's only worth it when you've got all that built-in stuff that you want to use.
And basically they say they don't care how many gates are in the way. The origin, the engine is Dataverse. Who cares how many stage gates there are? They say that the end product, you still need to have a license. But to Matt's point, again, it depends on what's actually been done with the data. And that's going to be down to solution design and, again, intent.
So I work with a lot of customers who have historical stuff, they want CRM Pro back in the day.
Yeah.
They used to case an opportunity just because it was lying about. That sets down, they could save literally millions in licensing costs.
Just to move the
by
data.
just moving them onto custom apps. They're not using customer service, they're just using.
Yeah. It's basically, I call it micro case management. It's like, you don't need all that resolution nonsense and SLAs. Yeah.
But given the fact that the opportunity and case are still on the tenant, is not giving people permissions to case an opportunity enough to run a Power Apps license?
Yeah.
Or would they still need a Dynamics license because there's a Dynamics app